Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Smiles in the dark. I heard a slow, rhythmic scratching like someone dragging their nails across the cabin door. The scratching grew faster, more excited. Then both radios screeched with a piercing noise. I looked down at the piece of paper. There was a rule about the scratching after my divorce. I had nothing. I wanted to start over, so I moved to a small apartment in a new city. I had no real job, no pets, no kids, and obviously no wife. I had no real connections to the rest of the world. I was just existing. I constantly applied for any job I could find, and I landed a low-paying job in a small cafe serving coffee to difficult customers. I was bored and miserable. Despite only recently relocating to another city, I needed a more drastic change. Among all those random applications I had submitted was one for a fire lookout in the middle of the Blackwood National Forest in Montana. No prior experience was needed. Fire lookouts live isolated in a 70-foot tower in the middle of the forest, watching for fires and checking on campers. Despite all the unusual applications I submitted, I remember filling this one out because I found it odd. It stated the role was currently filled, but they were accepting applications in case it suddenly became available. I remember thinking it was strange, but I applied anyway. Now, I have the job. I received a phone call from a gruff-sounding man who told me I was hired and that I would be living in the tower until the end of summer, around 2 months. He also said it was urgent that I started right away, providing me with directions and informing me that I would begin tomorrow, which I did. He is to a fresh start. I have just parked my car at the furthest point it can go, and now I must hike to the tower. It is just past 8 a.m., and John, the man who called me, said the hike would take about 4 hours. I am setting off now, expecting to arrive by lunch. John assured me there would be a full stock of food at my tower, my new home, and that I would be able to radio the nearest tower, where I would receive instructions on how everything works. It is chilly for a summer morning, but I am excited for the hike, as the forests in these parts are known for their beauty and quiet atmosphere, something I have longed for. I have just arrived at the tower. Just past 1 p.m., the hike was challenging but easy to navigate, as it was well signposted with a clear trail. The tower is much larger than I expected. I would estimate it is about 100 feet tall, with a hut on top of 4 stilts and a winding staircase around the outside leading up to it. Next to the tower are an outhouse and a storage unit, which I assume is where the food is stored. I will explain more once I get into the hut. I set my rucksack down. The stairs were a tough climb. I am a bit tired, but I will get used to it. The hut is small, with a balcony all around the outside. Inside, there is a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, some books, a toolbox, a small portable radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The sides of the hut are windows, so from the inside, I can see the outstretched forest all around me. It is eerie, but it makes sense, as I am literally keeping an eye out for fires. I set my rucksack down and remember what John said about radioing the nearest tower for directions. So I did. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked as I fumbled with the large radio. "Hey, you are the new guy, are you not?" "I am Emily," a cheerful woman replied through the static. "I have been covering your part of the forest while you were making your journey here, but I cannot see too far into it, so I am glad you are here. It is nice to meet you." "Yeah, I am the new guy, Ethan," I radioed back. "John said you would give me the instructions." "Yeah, sure I can." "Well, you have already figured out how to work the radio, so that is a start." The toilets are at the bottom of the tower, and so is the food stock, which gets topped up every week by John or Michael. As for the actual job, it involves a lot of looking around, making sure nobody is camping at night when they should not be here, and ensuring no fires are started, Emily explained. Also, make sure the paths are clear, but it is all in the handbook, which should be on your desk. Give that a read, thanks, Emily. I will give that a try, and I will get back to you, I said enthusiastically. I will radio you if I have any questions. No response. She seems pleasant enough. I reached for the handbook and began flipping through it. It basically said everything she had told me, just in more technical terms. But I will study it thoroughly to ensure I do a good job. As I flipped through, a piece of paper fell out of the handbook. It was lined paper, handwritten in blue ink. The handwriting was messy, almost frantic. The paper read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. If you see a woman in the forest with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return to your tower. If your radio goes off, and it is anyone except your closest tower, do not answer it, no matter what you hear. If you hear a woman cry between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., ignore it at night. Always sleep with your lamp on. If it starts to flicker, quickly run to turn on your main light until morning. If your lamp flickers off completely before you can do this, hide under your bed until morning, at night. If you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower, also turn on the main light until morning. If you do not do this, by the time she is at the top, it is too late. If you wake up and see the smiling woman staring at you through your window, hide under your covers and hold your breath. She will come into your hut, and you will feel her breathing right above you, as if she is hovering over you. Do not breathe. This will only last for a few seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. If you hear any scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. If you are investigating a campfire at night, and upon your arrival, you hear a woman scream, run back to the tower as fast as you can. If at any point you are returning to your tower and you notice someone else inside it, run. Do not stop running until you reach the next tower. Do not look back. She will be chasing you. What is this? Some sick, creepy joke? I reached for the radio to ask Emily about the strange rules I found, but I did not want to be the new guy who fell for a prank and gets mocked for being scared, so I decided to leave it. Instead, I will explore the area a bit, eat some food, and get settled in. Good night, dude. Emily radioed in, just as I was drifting off to my first night. I jolted out of sleep with a fright and quickly radioed back. Good night, Emily. Thanks for the help today. My first day was done. After eating, I had explored the forest and became acquainted with the machete used for clearing paths, which was great stress relief. I had also read up on some of the laws of the forest and the responsibilities of the job. Emily had checked in occasionally, but I never brought up the strange rules I found. Now I was wide awake. Probably from the fright I got from the radio when she wished me good night. I stood up out of bed and looked around me, seeing nothing but the forest. It was dark and eerie, but the darkness was a good thing, as it meant no fires. I knew that at night there were other watchers, as fires are much easier to spot at night, but it was still important that I knew what to do if I spotted one. I was about to hop back into bed when I heard a scratchy noise. That is strange, but it is probably an animal down by the storage box, scratching, trying to get in. Jumping into bed and tired after the first day, I reached down to turn my lamp off. Just as I did this, the scratching got faster. almost as if whatever was making it was getting excited. I moved my hand away from the light switch, and the scratching slowed down. That is odd. What is even stranger is that the scratching seemed almost methodical. It had a rhythm to it. Suddenly, both of my radios started to emit a high-pitched noise. What is going on? Terrified, I hopped out of bed and turned off the portable radio. Just as I was fiddling with the large radio, I caught a glimpse of the list of rules I had seen earlier. There was something about scratching, was there not? I am not the superstitious type, but I am not taking any chances. I quickly grabbed the last rule, which said that if you hear any scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. I turned off the large radio and jumped under my covers. What is happening? I could still hear the scratching, but it sounded closer. It sounded like it had gone from being a distant noise to being right on the wooden door of my hut. It was weak now, as if whatever was making it was lightly dragging their fingernails along the doorframe. I am not moving. What is it? It is the next morning. I had eventually fallen asleep under the covers last night. The scratching had stopped, but I did not move from my covers at all, eventually letting tiredness take over. Looking back, I feel kind of foolish. I am in the forest, and there are many animals, and radios can pick up all types of feedback. I suppose it makes sense that the first night was the hardest, trying to adjust to living 100 feet up, alone in the middle of the forest. Now I am going to make the most of the day today, and I am sure the rest of the nights will be much less eventful. I cannot stop thinking about that scratchy noise last night. What was it? It has to be an animal, right? I hope it is an animal. I am also trying not to think about that list, but it is hard not to. I brought it with me just in case, although I feel somewhat silly doing it. I bet it is a prank. It is only my second day, and I am already being pranked. My mind is racing. Anyway, I am currently on patrol, just walking some of the routes and pathways, making sure nobody is camping in any of the open areas. It is getting dark, so I think I am going to head back. I am about to take a turn that will circle me back to my tower when I catch a glimpse of a campsite. Here we go. My first real task is telling campers they have to pack up and leave. This area is for hiking only. I head over. The campsite has been set up in a large clearing in the trees. There is just a single reddish-yellow tent and a dried-out fire pit. I call out, saying that they cannot be camping here and that it is for hiking only. Silence. No reply. I walk closer to the campsite, veering toward the fire pit in case something jumps out of the tent at me. I am such a coward. I call out again, asking if anyone is there. Nothing. That is when I start to feel uneasy. Something did not feel right. I cannot explain it. It was just off. I'm sure whoever set this up is just hiking and will be back, but it is already almost dark, which made me worry where. There was a rule about this, I think. I took the list out of my pocket and quickly scanned it. Sure enough, one rule said that if you are investigating a campfire at night and upon your arrival you hear a woman scream, run back to the tower as fast as you can. I have not heard a scream. It is just an empty campsite. There is not even a live fire. I radio Emily, reporting that there is a campsite here with no fire but no people either, and ask what I should do. She replies instantly, asking for the whereabouts. I gave her my coordinates after referring to the map, which I used my flashlight to view as it was getting to be complete darkness. She responds, saying she has it, and that it is just on the edge of her zone. She says she will head down there now and that I should go back to my tower. I ask if she is sure, and she responds affirmatively, telling me to head back and be safe. She is the expert. I agree to radio her and ask how it is going when I get back. I was walking for about 30 minutes, almost back to my tower, when I spotted a clear pathway that jutted off into the trees. That is odd. I do not remember seeing that on the map. I thought the road I was on had no paths leading off of it. I figured I had missed it in the morning and would check it out tomorrow. I trudged back to my tower. Once back, I sat at my desk, just staring at the rules. I had not asked Emily about them. I did not want to, unless something else strange happened. Tonight was not even strange. I just found an empty campsite, with no woman screaming like the rules warned. I had been sitting there reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio went off. Emily explained that she had dealt with the camper who said he was using the bathroom by some trees and was not aware he was not allowed to camp there. She said he must have been doing his business when I was by the site, and that she was walking him to his car now. Everything was fine. I thanked her for dealing with that and wished her good night, feeling bad that she trekked all the way out there for that. As I got into bed, it was the next afternoon. Last night was fine with no issues. I am feeling safer and more secure now and have left the list on my table today. I have spent the morning eating a lot. I think my appetite is growing due to all the walking around. I have been staying out in the forest from my tower, which is calming. It is time for my late afternoon rounds to make sure nobody is camping. But first, I want to check out that strange trail that is not on any maps. I get to it quickly. It is relatively close, and sure enough, it is as clear a trail as any, as if it had been maintained just as well as the main ones. I trudge along it, not expecting much. It is a bit downhill, but not a hard walk. I have been walking for about 5 minutes, and I think I can see the end of the trail, and that is all I see, just an end. That is disappointing. This leads to literally nothing, just a wall of trees. I am about to turn back when I see it, a small red handkerchief around the branch of a nearby tree. Interesting. I walk up to it, and just as I approach it, I see another one slightly deeper in the forest, and behind that, another one. What is this? Am I about to be foolish and walk right into a trap by following these? Almost as if I wanted to prove to myself that I am not a coward, I decide to follow them. I have gone past 5 handkerchiefs, each plain red, with no inscriptions or anything, and I am about to reach another. The difference is that this one is on the ground. The rest were all on branches. Past this one, I cannot see any more. That is a bit annoying. I sigh as I reach down to pick up the last handkerchief and inspect it. What is this? This is tied to something wooden and kind of heavy. I heave it up. Dirt rises off a wooden door as it reveals a small bunker. This is exciting. It is about 10 feet deep and 10 feet wide, with a ladder on its wall by where the door was lifted. I shine my flashlight in and can see a sleeping bag on the floor below and a camera. That is it. I climb down the ladder. It was sturdy. It felt like it had been crafted well. In fact, the whole bunker was pretty clean for being an underground bunker. But there is literally just a sleeping bag in there and a camera with a charger plugged into the camera itself, but obviously not to any wall sockets, as it is in a bunker. I picked the camera up and tried to turn it on. It is dead. It is a relatively modern camera, with a screen to review pictures on one side, which seems fine other than a slight crack. The main lens on the camera, though, has been smashed. It looks like its days of taking pictures are long over. I am charging this when I get back to my tower. I am excited to see what is on it. I will radio Emily about it when I get back. Otherwise, she will know that I am starting my actual rounds late. You will never guess, that campsite from last night is back. It looks like it never left. It is exactly where I saw it last night. Same reddish-yellow tent in the same position. The only difference is that the campfire is lit this time around, which was the only other light provided other than from my flashlight. Annoyed? I figured I would deal with this person and then radio Emily with the good news that I had handled it myself. I march up to the tent and reach to pull back the cover. I do not care if I give him a fright. He should not be down here, and he knows that I pulled the cover off. Wait, what? There is nothing in the tent. I mean nothing. No person, no sleeping bag, no rucksack, just dirt. The fire is burning strong behind me as I swivel around towards it, scanning the trees beyond its fiery glow. It feels like something is staring at me. I quickly kick the fire and pour what is left of my water on it to put it out. I am literally plunging myself into complete darkness right now. The fire is out. I am keeping my flashlight pointed at the ground because I cannot bear to look at the trees beyond the campfire. Still feeling uneasy, I reach to radio Emily. A blood-curdling scream pierces the silence, coming from the growth of trees just beyond the campfire. The scream is one I could never have imagined, pure pain and pure rage. A dark figure bursts from the trees, screaming all the while, and starts to run at me. I only make out part of its silhouette before turning around myself, but I noted the shape of a human, a woman with long hair and arms flailing loosely by her side as she sprinted at me. I am running through the forest that I am only just coming to learn. Staying on the path I know leads back to my tower. She has not stopped screaming, still chasing me, her long, drawn-out scream piercing my thoughts. Making a sharp turn on the path, I start to scream myself, although I cannot even hear my own over hers. I am halfway back to the tower. Do I look back? No way. I cannot. It will slow me down. The scream is getting louder. She is gaining on me. How is she still screaming? I see the tower, the dim glow from the lamp I left on in the hut above breaching the darkness ahead of me, providing me with hope. I reach the stairs, bolting up them at full speed. The windy staircase is uneven, so I am stumbling every few steps, but I have yet to lose my balance. Halfway up, I hear her bolt onto the first few steps. She is fast, and I can hear it. She is gaining on me, but I think I can make it. I am at the top. I run into my hut, and as I slam the door, the screams suddenly stop. I am wedged up against the door, adrenaline pumping, holding my flashlight like a weapon, ready to fight. The sudden silence does not help. At least when she was screaming, I knew where she was. My ears are still ringing as I stay heaved against the door. It has been an hour now since the screaming stopped, and since then, I am not here to sound. My adrenaline has died, but I am still terrified. I am finally going to move from the door and radio Emily. Unable to speak before from the fear. If that is a prank, that is messed up. Although, for my sake, I hope it is a prank. I flick the main radio on, anxiously gasping for Emily to answer. After what feels like an hour of silence, but was probably only half a minute or so, I hear a croaky moan. That is not Emily, is it? It was a woman voice sounding in pain. What if that freaky thing that chased me got to Emily just as I was about to respond to check up on her? The radio sounded again. What started as another moan got louder, turning into a scream. It was the same scream that will haunt my dreams, tainting them in pain and anger. She was screaming through my radio. I slammed it off. The next morning, Emily chirped, asking how I slept. I replied, weary from my lack of sleep the previous night. Asking about the list I found, she radioed back, asking what list. I explained everything that had happened, from finding the list to the scratching to being chased by a crazy woman last night. Emily sighed deeply, as if to say she had heard this before. She stated that this has happened before, and that it happens to every person who gets assigned to my tower. She said she does not know what to believe anymore. At first, she thought it was just people going crazy from the isolation. She has never seen anything but after David, and me only after 4 days. She does not know what to believe. I asked about David, she continued, saying that he was the guy before me who lived in my tower for over a year and refused to ever go home or take a holiday. He was a tough guy, good with his hands, and always had a project going on. Sometimes, toward the end, she would not hear from him for days. She thinks he spent entire nights out of his tower, with no idea where he went. I asked about what she meant by toward the end. She explained that he disappeared. John thinks he ran off, as the tower was apparently just empty when he checked up on him, with no bags, no belongings, no David, but she does not know why he would just quit after a year of refusing to leave the forest at all. In the months leading up to his disappearance, he became obsessed with a smiley lady, claiming he would see her at night, but he never went into detail. If she questioned him, he would just stop replying. He did not talk to her much. That did not explain why the job advertisement stated the job may suddenly become available. So I questioned Emily on that. She replied that she does not know about that, and that she has been working here for 2 years. And John does not ever tell her anything, I pondered, asking who worked here before David. She said another guy, Tom, who left a few days after she started, but he asked her once if she had seen a woman in the forest, a woman that smiles. She said no, and thought nothing of it. She thought he was strange. I did not feel content with the amount of information I was receiving, unsure if she genuinely did not know much or was hiding something, so I decided to ask her about it, asking what made her take this job. She nervously chuckled, asking if we were opening up to each other this morning. I did not reply, waiting for her answer to my question. She said her sister went missing in these forests right before she started. She took the job to try to find her or help others who might get lost. I felt bad for asking and told her I was sorry about her sister, saying that it was courageous of her. I am not going to ask any more questions. Not yet. I am not sure how much she is actually telling me, but at the moment, I feel like she is my ally, and I want to keep it that way. I thanked her for talking to me. I trust her, I think. I feel a bit more at ease, although I am not sure why. David apparently just disappeared, and both he and Tom claimed to have seen the smiling lady. Was that the lady that chased me last night? The camera I had found was now charged up. It is evening. I still have not slept. I have not really moved. I have just been trying to make sense of all the information Emily gave me, but I cannot. Maybe the camera will provide some answers. It flickers on. On the screen are 3 choices: photo, gallery, and settings. I choose gallery. The first few photos are not exciting. A few pictures of a random lake, a random house, a random car, nothing that helps me. Flicking through them at such a fast pace, I almost did not notice that I had skimmed over a picture of the tower, my tower, and at the base of the tower, a family of 3. The father has dark hair, is quite tall, and looks as if he is experienced with the outdoors, a big, sturdy guy. The mother, a blonde woman with a beautiful smile, has her arm on her husband and shoulder. The third member is a child, a boy with short brown hair, and a striking resemblance to who I guess to be his father. I continue to look through the photos, but no longer see the family together. Only the man. He was taking photos inside my tower, taking photos of the view from my window, of the outhouse, and of some of the trails. Was this David or Tom? If it was David, why would he not want to leave the forest to see his family? Then the photos got stranger. The next photo was of a bunker. The bunker I had found nearby, built into the ground, holding onto the sleeping bag and this camera. It looks unfinished, a work in progress, with each picture looking more complete. Whoever had this camera was building it. Emily said David was good with his hands, did she not? Why would he build a bunker in the forest and so close to the tower? The next photo was of a random tree in the darkness. In fact, the next 4 or 5 photos are of this tree. At the base of the tree, a shadow, a strange distorted shadow that does not make sense. What was David, or whoever this guy was, trying to take a photo of? Was he trying to take a photo of the smiling lady? What was that noise? What time is it? 2:13 m. Something just woke me up. I cannot hear anything now, but something definitely woke me up. I was so tired from the night before that I would not have just woken up on my own accord. Maybe it is I hear faint crying, a woman cry. It does not sound too close, but I sit up in bed and listen to the long, mournful wails. I know this rule, which says that if you hear a woman crying between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., ignore it. Except I cannot ignore it. It sounds so sad, so broken. Part of me wants to go and help her. The other part wants to investigate and get answers. No part of me wants to ignore it. Quietly as I can, I slide on my gear, grab my flashlight and radio, and open the door to my hut. I carefully go down the stairs, shining the light on my feet to ensure I do not trip. The crying is coming from an area of the forest off the path, so I carefully tread toward the dark cluster of trees. The cries are of such pain, such sadness. I can only compare them to that of a mother who has lost her child, wailing in complete despair, losing a part of her soul with every agonizing sob. My flashlight is off now as the crying gets louder. I am crouched down, moving bush to bush. I reach a tree. The air is foggy, cold, getting colder the closer I get. As I crouch behind the tree, I see her. She is sitting down by a tree, her face covered, crying into her hands. She has not sighted me and has long dark hair that sprawls down her back and rests in the dirt. Although I cannot see it too clearly, she wears a gown that seems clean and undamaged. What is damaged, though, are her arms. Her arms are twisted and broken. One of her elbows is bent backward, with bone jutting out under the skin from both her forearms, though not piercing through. Her fingernails are long, sharp. There is not an ounce of meat on her body. Her body is almost skeletal. Her pale white skin glows in the darkness, hugging her collarbone, accentuating her bony figure. My radio statics, only for a second. I quickly look down to turn it off, and as I do, I realize the crying has stopped. I am still looking down at my radio. She heard me. I cannot look up. I feel sick. I force myself, and I slowly look up at her. She is looking at me. She is hollow with dark white eyes that look lifeless, the whites of her eyes providing a drastic contrast to her dark pupils. Her eyebrows are raised. She is smiling. Her smile is unnaturally wide, spreading across her face wider than what should be possible, baring all of her teeth. Her smile is manic, dark on her face, with remnants of the tears she had cried, some tears still dripping off her sharp cheekbones and down her narrow neck. Except she was not crying now. She looked excited. I am about to run. I cannot look away from her, but I am trying to convince myself to run. I need to run. I have been staring at her for about half a minute, and she has not moved. Her eyes still locked with mine, her smile sinister, just as I am about to muster the courage to turn my back on her and run. She moves. In one quick motion, her neck snaps to the side with a click, and she crawls into the darkness beyond her. The movement is so fast, her broken arms cracking as she shoots away, and this is my chance. I turn to run. I run hard. I do not look back. I am dodging some trees and running into others, but not stopping. There is the tower. I run up the stairs, stumbling into my hut, and slam the door. I hear nothing. From the safety of my hut, I am looking around the base of the tower, the forest around me. I see nothing. I get under my covers. I turn my lamp on and jump into bed, shaking. I try to calm myself so I can listen to my surroundings, listening out for her over my pounding heartbeat, but I hear nothing. There is nothing but silence. Just as I peep out from my covers, building up the courage to radio Emily, I see it. Scratch marks on the floor of my hut, marks that were not there before, marks I must have missed when I raced in. They look like something made by an animal, made by something crawling. The marks are from the door of my hut, all the way across the room to my bed. I could not see her outside before, because she was already inside the hut with me. She is under the bed. I am frozen. I know she is there. I can feel it. She is under my bed. What do? I think back to the rules. Were there anything about this? There are 2 rules that could help, but I do not know which one to follow. One says that if you wake up and see the smiling woman staring at you through your window, hide under your covers and hold your breath. She will come into your hut, and you will feel her breathing right above you, as if she is hovering over you. Do not breathe. This will only last for a few seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. Another says that if at any point you are returning to your tower and you notice someone else inside it, run. Do not stop running until you reach the next tower. Do not look back. She will be chasing you. Do I hide under my covers and wait until she leaves? Or do I run because she is inside my tower? She was already inside when I entered, so that is the rule about running right. I hear her, not loud, but I hear her, the kind of sound made when someone is trying to move slowly while trying not to break the silence. A slight shuffle, a second later a slight cracking noise. Her arms, they are moving with it, a low stifled groan. I close my eyes. I need to make up my mind. Do I stay under my covers or run? I feel the slightest tug at the bottom of my covers. It was not a hard tug, and it only lasted a second. Following this, a second tug, slightly harder than the last, I choose to run. With an explosion of speed, I leap out of bed and burst through the door. As it slams behind me, I do not see her. I do not look. Luckily, I am already in my shoes from earlier. I am halfway down the tower, and I hear a bang above me. The door is slamming as she leaves the hut. I am at the bottom of my tower, and I hear steps above me. She is halfway down the tower. I am running toward the path, and I hear the shuffle of dirt and grass behind me. She is at the bottom of the tower. I am running toward the bunker. The noise behind me gets louder. She is catching up. She is on the path. I reach the bunker and quickly open it. I swing onto the ladder and shut the panel above me. I hear her. She is moving around above me on the wood and grass around it. Her low moans freeze me, making my hair stand on end as she croaks in anguish. I am in the corner of the bunker, staring up toward the door, but cannot see it through the darkness. She is still above me. I hear her movements. They are a mix of fast, sudden jolts and slow, almost confused movements. Maybe she did not see me go into the bunker. Maybe she does not even know about it. Or can she not get in? Is this where David would spend his nights when he was not at the tower? Emily said she did not know where he would spend some of his nights. Was it here? I cannot hear anything now. It has been about 20 minutes, I think. The creature above me is gone, but I am done. Being foolish, I am staying here until morning. I eventually drift off to the calm sound of the wind crashing into nearby trees. Last night was too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I feel stupid. I am not sure if it was from my lack of sleep or that she had cast some sort of spell on me, but I will not be making decisions like that again. I am going to be a stickler for the rules. It is morning. I am still in the bunker. I eventually build up the courage to lift the panel above me and peep out. Blinded by the sunlight after being shrouded in darkness for so long, all looks clear. Warily, I climb out and head to my tower. I am quickly climbing the stairs to my tower when I hear a voice behind me shouting. I spin around and almost fall off the side of the staircase. There is a girl at the base of the tower, a normal-looking girl. She has brown hair, glasses, and is carrying a large rucksack. She is wearing hiking gear and smiling at me. She apologizes for scaring me, introducing herself as Sarah or Sarah. I am still just staring at her, heart pounding. She explains that she is Jondine's daughter. I reply, my voice shaking, apologizing, and saying she scared me. She reiterates her name, asking if I am okay. I force a weak smile, saying she just gave me a fright, and that I thought it was John or his son who tops up the supplies. She laughs, saying it usually is, but she has recently started helping out, and that I am actually her first stop today. She says it is nice to meet me. It is getting dark now. I am feeling determined to find out what is happening in these forests. I am scared, but I am done making bad choices. As far as I know, I could be on my own. I do not know who to trust. Maybe Emily. I will need to see just before heading to bed. I radio her and ask if John has a daughter. She replies a minute later, saying she was about to radio me good night, and that she is not sure about that, having only met his son. She asks why. I say it was just a question, and ask if she is okay, wondering if something else has happened. I assure her I am fine and wish her good night. I am still terrified, but I know what I need to do. These rules are my lifeline. They will keep me alive, so I need to follow them. I know that now more than ever. I am keeping my shoes on when I sleep tonight, just in case I decide as I turn on the lamp before switching off the main light. I have been lying in bed for about 30 minutes when I hear it, the scratching again. The rule says that if you hear any scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. The scratching is faint. It sounds like it is coming from somewhere on the staircase, if not down below by the outhouse. Immediately I rush to my large radio and switch it off. I check that my small radio is off, which it is. I swiftly move back to my bed and get under the covers. The scratching continues. It gets louder. Each one is slow and long, mimicking the sound of nails against a wooden board. Each scratch is followed by about 10 seconds of silence, and then by another one that sounds closer than the last. Soon, the scratching feels as if it is right by me, almost as if it is on the frame of my bed. I hold my breath and close my eyes. Not a rule. I am just terrified. The next scratch is longer than the rest. It is either on my bed frame or on the door of my hut. I do not know. I cannot think straight, but I am not going to move. The scratching has stopped now for about 15 minutes. All I can hear is the rustling of the trees below as the wind whips through them, creating an atmospheric whooshing sound right past my hut. I had already made the decision to stay under my covers for the remainder of the night, just in case when I heard another sound, faint footsteps, each fast footfall, increases in volume as I realize she is sprinting up the staircase. In my panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I jump out of bed and run to my main light switch. I turn it on, and the running immediately stops. I am frozen, standing by my light switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing does. Trembling, I edge toward the list of rules which I kept beside my bed, pick it up, and check that I have done the right thing. The rule says that at night, if you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower, also turn on the main light until morning. If you do not do this by the time she is at the top, it is too late. Thank God I had known that my main light was included in more than one of the rules, and I am so relieved that I chose correctly. I am looking around the balcony surrounding my tower, and I see nothing. I stare at the top of the staircase, where it feels like an eternity, but nothing happens. Nothing comes up. The bright glow of the main light makes it impossible to see out into the surrounding forest below. I thought, as I sat at my desk, it has been around 2 hours since she tried to run up my stairs, and there is no way I am going to be able to sleep tonight. So I use my time wisely. I have been intensively reading the maps of the surrounding areas, learning the routes around my tower like the back of my hand. However, I have also learned something new. I managed to learn the route to the next closest tower. It is not too complicated. While I still think I can trust Emily, I want to actually meet her. I want to see her for myself and talk freely, face to face, not hiding behind a radio. I have decided that tomorrow I am going to go to Emily and Tower. I wake up early. I am only on a few hours of sleep, but it will do. In fact, I am too driven to even notice. I pack a light backpack, some food, water, flashlight, radio, my map, and my machete. I also bring the camera to see if Emily can confirm if the man in the photos is actually David. Sunlight is peering over the outstretched trees, but I have never really taken in the beauty of the sunrise. I am usually either asleep or scared out of my mind. But it was beautiful. I decided not to tell Emily that I am coming. While I do feel a degree of trust, I do not want her knowing my whereabouts, giving her a chance to change or alter anything, just in case I lace up my shoes and start the trek to Emily Tower. It should only take about 3 hours. The route was relatively direct, and judging from the map, I would not have too many steep climbs or anything. I noticed a stark difference as I ventured out of my zone into Emilian. Each lookout has its own area to maintain the pathways and deal with any issues that may arise within their zone. However, as I made the transition into Emily, I noticed that her paths were not well maintained. To be honest, they were not maintained at all. Overgrown trees, bushes, and flora made me thankful I brought my machete as I hacked away and continued along the barely visible paths. It was tiring work, but I wanted to make sure the pathways were clear enough to run through should I suddenly need to. I was just losing my motivation and starting to get hungry when I reached her tower. It had taken about 5 hours due to the work I had put in clearing the pathways, but I am here now. The tower is exactly like mine, the same layout with a hut on top of 4 stilts. Huddled within a small opening in the forest, her outhouse was on the opposite side, but her food bank was in an identical position to mine, just left of the tower base. However, there is one massive difference that I immediately notice. The remains of a massive fire pit, like that of a bonfire, around 50 feet from her tower, surrounded by stones. It looks like one someone had gotten good use out of. Considering our job is to make sure there are no fires at all in the forest, that is a bit strange, is it not? I make my way up to the tower. I am relatively quiet as I do so, partly because I do not want her to think I am the smiling lady running up her stairs. but mostly because I am nervous. Upon reaching the top, I can already see the tower has nobody in it. In fact, it looks like it never has anyone in it. The hut has old nests along the top of it, old spider webs along the banisters, and dust literally everywhere. I go to open the door. It is locked. That is strange. My tower does not even have a lock. I peer through the glass, squinting to see through the thick layer of dust on the inside of the window. It is dark, darker than it should be in there. I can make out the main radio on a table next to a stack of what looks like newspapers and files. The bed is messy, unkempt. There is a bag peeking out from under the bed. I am guessing it is a rucksack from what I can see. There are no books, no decks of cards, nothing to keep her occupied during the day. How does she stay sane? I decide to radio her. I have not trekked all this way not to meet her. I pick up my radio, calling for Emily. She replies quickly, asking what is up. I say I am just wondering where she is. She replies that she is in her tower and asks why. I am certain this is the right tower. This is her tower. I am looking into it and nobody is there. She is lying to me. I lie, trying to mask my trembling voice behind one of confidence, saying it is nothing and that there are just some campers on the edge of my zone and I will deal with them. No reply. Did she buy it? Does she believe me? She responds, saying it is nice that I am handling it. I think she believes me. I decide to head down the tower and hide by a tree nearby. I wanted to scope this out. Maybe she was just heading back to the tower, so she said she was there already. It could just be a misunderstanding. So, I am going to scope this situation out and see what happens. It has been over 30 minutes. There has not been any sign of her, not any sign of anything, in fact. This area is completely quiet, completely dead. Where is the rustle of animals, the sound of distant hikers? It is so quiet, too quiet. During the wait, I told myself that if she did not come back soon, I was going to break into her tower. I have no idea if that is illegal or not. It is technically the property of my employer. Right. I am guessing it is illegal, but I need to investigate, and I need to do it soon before it gets dark. I hit the door with the butt of my machete, just above the doorknob. The loud bang breaks the eerie silence, followed by the creak of the door as it swings open, freezing me for a second as I wait for something to happen. Nothing. I head inside. Dust hits me, and I hold myself back from coughing. I need to be quiet, and I need to be fast. The inside of the hut is cold, weirdly colder than the temperature outside. I walk over to the stacks of newspapers and files. The headline for the first newspaper I see gives me chills, stating that a sister hiker is missing. I skim the article. It is these forests. 2 sisters missing. Was this Emily a sister? She only told me she had one sister missing. Was she the other one? This does not make sense. I flick through the rest of the newspapers, mostly just reiterating that 2 sisters were still missing, until one states that one sister was found after being missing for 3 weeks. The article stated that one of the sisters had been found alive and well, but the other one was still missing. It says they were separated after getting lost in the forest. She had not mentioned that she had also gotten lost. If this was about her, did she consider that too personal, or did she lie? I turn my attention to the files. Inside one, a piece of paper headlined with my name. Under it, information about me, information I had shared with her about my divorce, why I took the job, my age, what I look like. Maybe she just kept these so she would not forget. An odd way of trying to be friendly. Wait, how did she know that we have never met? How does she know what I look like? Something strange is going on here. I turn my attention to the bag under the bed. It is a big rucksack, dark blue. I pull it out and open it up. Inside, clothes. They look like male clothes. T-shirts, hiking pants, a rain jacket. I dig deeper. I find a hammer and then a wrench. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. The next item I take out, a pair of sunglasses, green, with the initials TS on the side. Definitely not Emilia, but somebody it. I reach my hand into the bottom of the bag and feel a small metallic object. I lift it out, and it is a pocket knife. It is a very nice knife. It looks like something someone had personally designed. It has a golden outline and swirls through it, a mix of wavy silver and black designs. There is something engraved on it too in very small letters, saying to my love, to you, David. Why does she have Davidson knife? Is this his stuff? Is this where his stuff went after he disappeared? I am not taking anything. She will know I was here, but I am getting out of here. I do not feel safe. As I stand to leave, I hear a familiar voice behind me, Emilia voice, saying that she wants us to make you smile. I spin around behind me. A woman stands between me and the door. She is slightly shorter than me, with messy, unwashed blonde hair that spills out at all angles. Her clothes, long, light brown hiking pants, are ruined by old dirt and stains. Similarly, her light red checkered shirt looks like it has seen better days. Wrinkled, dirty, a rip stemming from the end of one of her sleeves. Her face is normal, or at least human. The bright blue irises of her eyes provide a direct contrast to the red, bloodshot surroundings. She looks like she has not slept in weeks. Her frenzied eyes scream insanity, looking at me maniacally, with her hands drooped by her side. Her frail body is one of malnourishment, one of abandonment. I stammer, asking what she means by saying she wants to make me smile. She replies, still staring at me with a crazed look in her eyes, saying that she just wants me to smile. I try to act confident, asking what is going on, and if she is okay. Emily moves toward the bed. I circle around the hut as she does so. I am now by the door, a good start. She sits down on the bed and looks down at the dusty floor. I see a tear run down her face. This is a broken woman. She calls out, saying that both of them went missing, and she got saved, and her sister did not. She could not tell them what she did, but it was bad. And now her sister is gone. She trailed off. I ask what she did, ready to reach for my machete at any moment. She explains that they got lost for so long. Her sister kept telling her it would be okay, and that they would be found, but they were not for so long, and she got so hungry. Her sister was always so positive, always smiling, but they could not catch anything. Nothing worked. They tried, she promised. They tried. I reassure her that I know they tried, and ask what happened. She looked up. I jumped, but she only continued to speak, saying that her sister was looking at her, smiling, when she pushed her far off the side. It was a moment of weakness, a moment of hunger. She fell so far, her arms cracked. She was not moving. Emily was so hungry. She looked back to the ground, saying that her sister died. How she lived, smiling. My stomach churned. She killed her own sister. I have heard hunger makes you do crazy things. I have heard it makes you do anything for food. She looked up at me once more, tears welling in her otherwise frantic eyes, saying that after she pushed her, she just could not do it, and the next day they found her? My stomach dropped. They found her only a day after that. While I was scared of her, I felt a sense of sympathy for Emily. I could not live with that. A moment of madness defining my life forever. And for what? For literally nothing. She whispered that then her sister found her, still smiling, still hungry, and that she is taking revenge on her and on me. Emily stood up and looked back at me. saying that her sister blames us all. I took a small step back, backing out of the hut, not taking my eyes off Emily, asking what I have done. She says that her sister blames us all because we could not find her. It is our job to find her. Instead, she found Emily, and Emily will not lose her again. Emily starts walking slowly toward me. I panic, saying that I did not even work here and had never been to these forests. I tell her that we can get her help and get her out. She says that her sister gets hungrier every time and is never satisfied anymore. There is no getting out. As she said this, I knew why these surrounding forests were so quiet. She says that David even worked out the 10 rules, and she still got to him eventually. Rules not even Emily can work out. Emily, for the first time, starts to smile, saying that as for her sister, she is so hungry now. She lunges at me with a sudden sharp screech, arms outstretched. Her weak frame is easy to overpower. I roll to the side and, with a swift movement, push her away from me. She stumbles and her foot slides off the side of the balcony. She loses her balance, hitting the wooden floor with a thud before falling from the side of the tower. It all happened so fast I fell to the floor as I pushed her, mostly out of shock. I hear her hit something on the way down, probably the steps, followed by a solid thud as she meets the ground below. She did not once scream as she fell. I just killed her. I scramble to my feet and rush down the stairs, hoping she is not dead. When I reach the bottom, I see her lying around 10 feet from the towered base, face down, arms broken and twisted, a small pool of blood oozing from her head and feeding the soil below, unmoving. I am running back to my tower, stopping briefly only when exhaustion takes over. I should be able to get there before it is dark. I am getting out of these forests. Emily was insane. She attacked me. It was self-defense. She was insane. Something she said is really sticking with me. David worked out the 10 rules on the sheet that I now know was written by David. There were only 9. What is the 10th rule? This at least explains how David survived her for so long a year. The poor man before him, Tom, who I now suspect owned the sunglasses Emily had, only survived a week. But David had 9 rules, 9 ways the smiling lady could get you, and how to avoid her. I am not sticking around to find out what the 10th is. I am getting out of these forests. I am still running back. I can feel someone watching me. I see my tower. It is almost dark. I do not know how I am going to get to my car, and I do not want to be walking these forests at night. So I have decided I am going to sleep at the bunker. I figured that is where David spent his nights when he was not at the tower. I figured that is key to how he survived for so long, and it has even saved me in the past. I am going to run up to my tower, grab my main rucksack, and go to the bunker. I am on the verge of passing out from dehydration, so I am in need of some water, which is also up in my tower. I will grab my things and go in and out. In my tower, I frantically gather my things. I turn to leave. I hear something. It is faint, easy to miss, but it is there. I hold my breath and stop moving, listening for what the sound is. Long, slow, quiet sounds I hear scratching. The rule says that if you hear scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. She knows. She knows I am trying to leave. I am frozen in place, hoping this scratching will stop, knowing that if it does not, I will have to follow the rules. I turn to my radio. Over it in the forest directly below, I see a pale white face looking up at me. Her, the same stringy dark hair dangling from her head, the same wide, sinister smile plastered across her face. her white skin illuminated by the surrounding darkness at night. She's looking up at me, her excited eyes locked with mine. She knows I'm trying to escape. I have to spend one last night here, and I feel like she's going to do everything she can to get me. I break our gaze and turn the radios off before jumping under my covers. What Emily said to me is ringing in my mind, that she is so hungry now. The scratching stops shortly after I go under my covers. I can literally feel her hunger in the air, looming above my tower, focusing on me. I peek from my bed once I am certain the scratching noises have stopped. I do not want her to catch me off guard. I want to be ready for anything she throws at me. I stand up and circle around the balcony of my hut, scanning the surrounding area where she stood before. She no longer does. I knew she was fast. Previously, she had beat me back to my tower when I found her crying in the forest. She could be anywhere. I turn back to walk into my hut. I am looking out to one of my windows as the reflection of the dull lamp starts to flicker behind me. The rule says that at night, always sleep with your lamp on. If it starts to flicker, quickly run to turn on your main light until morning. If your lamp flickers off completely before you can do this, hide under your bed until morning. My eyes adjust as I look at the reflection of the lamp, and she is there, right in front of me through the glass, standing on my balcony. It is her broken arms distended, her straggly hair white, her eyes large, her smile wide. Another rule says that if you wake up and see the smiling woman staring at you through the window, hide under your covers and hold your breath. She will come into your hut, and you will feel her breathing right above you, as if she is hovering over you. Do not breathe. This will only last for a few seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickers once more and then shuts off, plunging me into darkness. I have 2 rules I need to follow. 2 conflicting rules. I cannot look away from her, but I know that I have to turn on the main light. Her neck suddenly snaps to the side and she starts to walk fast, stomping loudly with each step as she makes her way around the balcony toward the door on the other side. I turn and sprint to the main light. She is about halfway to the door when I turn it on. And now I have to decide whether I hide under the bed or hide under the covers. I choose the covers, as the rule specified. She will come into your hut, and she is about to do that. I run toward my bed and pull the covers over my eyes. As I do so, I see the door of my hut open. I hear loud, fast footsteps charging toward me, but I see only darkness now that I lie beneath thick covers. I hold my breath. I can feel her, just as the rule said I would. She is right above me. I feel her breath. It is cold. My eyes are shut, but I know she is there. I am trying to hold my breath. My heart is pounding in my chest. My stomach is churning in fear, but I refuse to breathe yet. She waits, desperate for me to do so. What happens if I breathe? Will she kill me here, now? Will she possess me? My chest hurts. I cannot hold it for much longer. She can sense it. She can sense that I am struggling. Her exasperated breaths are getting more and more excitable. I feel her hair dangling on either side of me, from above the covers. Wet. I cannot do it. I need to breathe. This is it. I am done. My mouth opens. She is gone. She just vanished. I hold on for 3 or 4 more seconds, as long as I physically can, before coughing and gasping for air. But she is gone. No more cold breath. No more presence. I was alone again. I peel back the covers, and my hut door is wide open, swinging in the wind. My main light is still on, as is my lamp once more. Did she use the flickering of my lamp as an attempt to try to get me to mess up, to choose the wrong rule? If I had chosen to hide under the bed, would she have killed me? It has been quiet for a few hours. My main light is still on, and so is my lamp. I feel slightly safer, but I think that is her game plan, to lure me into a false sense of security. I am not letting my guard down, and thank God I did not. I see a campfire right by my tower. The glare of the light from the hut makes it harder to see, but I see it. In fact, I see more than one. There are campfires all around my tower. I walk around the balcony. Yin edge, I count 6 fires. By each fire, there are dark human figures with their backs turned toward me. They are all standing, one per ire, looking into it. The figures are of different sizes. One looks like a child. I cannot make out any specific features in the darkness, just their shapes. By the 6th fire, there is no figure. Why is there no figure there? Just as my eyes start to adjust to the darkness below, the figures begin to fall into their fires, one by one. The first to fall into its fire resembles a man. This figure is tall and skinny. He drops face first into the flames, almost willingly as he squirms. The flames engulf him, making it impossible to make out any of his features. His screams pierce the air as I stare in horror. Another figure, a woman, then falls into her fire. She screams as the flames cover her, writhing in the fire but not attempting to escape it. Next, the smallest figure, the figure of a child, a boy. As he falls face down into the fire, I gasp. I cannot bring myself to scream. My whole body is in shock. The child is silent but twitching. Finally, as the fire burns, the 4th, the largest silhouette, a wide, sturdy shape of a large man, he falls into his fire, grunting in pain and holding back screams, but barely moving as he burns. Lastly, the shape of a woman. I turn to her before she falls. I need to see. I run inside, grab my flashlight, and run back to where I stood before. As she falls into her fire, I shine it upon her, catching only a glimpse of her messy blonde hair and red checkered shirt, a rip along its sleeve, before the flames take over. There is one fire left burning, the 6th fire, the fire with no figure by it, as the screams of those below me echo into the night. I hear the faint sound of a woman crying somewhere in the trees below. A voice calls out my name, just as the first rays of sun peek through the trees, asking if I am there. I run to the balcony, albeit cautiously, and see Sarah, Johndon daughter, standing below. She is in the same clothes as the last time I saw her. I yell that we have to get out of here. She shouts back, saying she knows everything about Emily, about her sister, about David and his family, about Tom, and that we have to get out of here. I cry out that we cannot and that we have to burn Emily in, sister. I scream, asking why we have to burn her. She explains that it is Rule 10, that she is going to follow me no matter where I go. If I leave this place, she will be a step behind me forever unless I burn her. That is Rule 10. Find her body and burn it. I have survived all the other rules. Now I just need to survive one more. I grab my machete. It makes sense that this smiling lady follows you out of the forest. That is why David could not leave, and that is why he needed Emily. That is why Emily said, "There is no getting out because there is not, unless we burn her." And Sarah Emily said John did not have a daughter. But what is that? Just to throw me off, to turn me against a potential ally either way. I do not fully trust Sarah, not by a long shot. Definitely not until I hear what she has to say. So I grab my machete. I edge down the steps, approaching Sarah. She is looking at me. Her eyes dart to the machete, but she seems to understand my cautiousness. I ask if she did not tell me all this before and why. If she knows everything, she did not tell me when we first met. She explains that she did not know who to trust, and that she had known David, and they trusted nobody, not fully, except each other. And David is dead now. I ask solemnly how she knew him. She looks down, saying that it was confirmed last night. She struck up a friendship with him when he worked here. She would bring him extra food and take runs just to see him. That is why she is in these forests now. She was looking for him, but after last night, it is clear he is dead. I ask how it was confirmed last night. She explains that the smiling lady seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she is hunting someone, it seems like she ignores everyone else. That is why Emily kept feeding her people, so that her sister would not turn on her. My breathing is heavy, my heart racing. She carries on, saying that last night she was out looking for David, as she has been doing. She saw the fires around my tower, and she saw those figures falling into them, people that the smiling lady has taken. One of them resembled David, and some of the others his family. She saw the sixth fire, the one the smiling lady made for me, and she heard her crying to try to lure me out. She focuses on her prey one at a time, which confirms that I am her target. She has already got David. She never gives up on a prey until she gets them, and it is me now I have to burn her. I ask why I saw Emily fall into the fire last night if I killed her, not her sister. She responds that she thought I might have. The smiling lady would not have attacked Emily while she was focused on me, but it does not mean that since Emily be death, the smiling lady has not taken her, has not eaten her. She is always hungry. It is all she cares about. I shout, asking why she does not just burn her body. This is messed up. I am desperate for a way out of this nightmare. She says it has to be me, the one that she is hunting. She has tried, but she only found her body after David disappeared. Whenever she tries to burn it, the flames will not light. She does not understand it, but she knows it has to be me. The smiling lady lit a fire for me last night, and it has to be me who lights hers. I ask how I can trust her, tears rolling down my cheeks. It makes sense. While she was looking for David, she needed him to burn her body. Sarah pleads, saying she hid in a bunker last night, and that is how she is here so early. It was David bin bunker. The smiling lady does not know about it, and that is how he survived for so long. She can show me where it is. I whisper that I know where it is. I have no choice. I have to trust her. I have to burn the body. I quickly go upstairs and grab my backpack. In it, I put my lighter and a canister of kerosene. I am going to follow Sarah, but I am not letting go of my machete. It is in a cave on the way. Sarah explained that after being pushed, Emily's sister had crawled there in an attempt to find shelter but had succumbed to her injuries within the cave. She explained that is why I may have seen her crying, because the smiling lady replays her final moments on a loop, which drives her hate. That also explains why she is always smiling. Emily said she was smiling when she pushed her. As Sarah stands by the cave, creviced into the side of a steep hill, I shine my flashlight into its entrance. I do not see much. It is a thin, tunnel-like structure, around 8 feet across and 15 feet tall. There is not much room to maneuver should we run into any trouble. I cannot see far enough into it to see where it ends. We enter the cave. Sarah whispers that she is near the end of the cave, that there is like a turn at the end, maybe 300 feet inward. She says we should be safe, as she has never seen her ghost in the day before. Sarah trails off. She leads the way. I am keeping a close eye on her, but that becomes harder the further we get in. Soon, we are enveloped in darkness. The light from our flashlights is all we can see as we leave the daylight behind us and enter the dark. Sound soon becomes non-existent. Our footsteps and shallow breathing are our only company, almost as if out of nowhere. We meet a wall to the left. A downward slope takes us deeper into the cave Ibis. I whisper, asking why she would go so deep if she was wanting to be rescued. Sarah's hushed reply is that she did not. that she was at the entrance when she died. Something moved her further in to protect her, she thinks. Emily. We walk deeper. 10 minutes later, the cave expands. Usually, spending this amount of time in a dark atmosphere means your eyes adjust. However, mine have not. It is almost as if this is a type of darkness I have not experienced before, or as if the smiling lady has put some strange effect on us. I do not know. I just know that other than the light from my flashlight and Sarah in front of me, I cannot see anything. A crack behind me. I hear a quick, snapping crack. My heart jumps, and I spin around to shine my flashlight where the sound originated. I see only legs for a split second, crawling away from me into the darkness from which I came. The bare, dirty calves of what looked like a woman shooting out of sight. Something is in here with us, and it is alive. The smiling lady is here. I turn to Sarah. She is gone. I am alone. Sarah's flashlight is on the ground. Where is she? Do I call out? I do not know. I am going to leave her flashlight. I need one hand to grip my machete. I cannot go back. The smiling lady is behind me. I need to find her body, and I need to burn it, and I need to help Sarah. I shine my flashlight around, looking for Sarah. When I see a backpack leaning against the cavey wall, I carefully move toward it, knowing something is watching me from the darkness, my sweaty palms making the machete more difficult to grip. I am squeezing it as hard as I can. I get to the backpack quickly, skating the cave around me with a flashlight, but I see nothing but rock. I turn my attention to the bag contents. It is already open. It does not look like it has been here for long, maybe under a week. I hurriedly go through it. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small canister of kerosene that I had taken. The same type that was provided for me at the tower, also in the bag. A knife. The same style of knife I had found in Emily Tower, only bigger, with the same gold outline with silver and black designs swimming through it. On the knife engraved a pair of knives, a pair of hearts, my David. Another one of David knives. This is Davidine bag. I flick the knife open, recently used. Its previously sharp edge is now blunt, stained with the remnants of stone. I shine my flashlight on the wall that the bag was leaning against, writing, scratched into the rock face, saying that Sarah lies cracking behind me. I spin around and see Sarah. She is smiling. I start to say her name. Her eyes are locked with mine. She sees me through the darkness. Her arms start to break, almost as if being broken by the air around them. They snap with a jolting movement. Her elbows bend backward as her bones jut out, hugging the skin under her forearms. With every crack, her smile grows wider. Soon, it is unnaturally sprawled across her face. Her eyes are wide with glee. Her skin grows whiter, her hair longer. She is now unrecognizable. Sarah. I now knew her as the smiling lady. I have fallen for it, just as David had. She needs the darkness. That is why she roams the night. That is why I felt I was being watched as I left Emily Tower. I was, but she could not do anything as it was not dark. She watched me as Sarah during the day, but attacked me as the smiling lady during the night. That note in Emily Tower explaining what I looked like, only Sarah had seen me before then. I feel so stupid. I was safe from her in the daylight. But it is dark now, and she is changing. She died in the dark, and now she lives in the dark. I stand up, my machete shaking in my hand. I edge toward her. I am ready to strike. In an explosion of movement on either side of me, I am grabbed. Creatures crawl over me as I feel their bony hands and arms dragging me down. I count 5 of them as I struggle against their grip. They are too many. They are too strong. My flashlight has fallen from my grasp and now shines in my direction. I make out the faces of my attackers. David, his wife, his child, a tall man, Tom, and Emily. They hold me down. Emily, broken arms cutting me as I struggle, her shattered bones sharp as they all pin me against the ground. They smile. I catch a glimpse of Sarah as she lunges out of the darkness and bites into my chest. A new man lives in my tower now. He has a family, a dog too who visits him. We only leave the darkness when she tells us to. She does not want to lose us. I smile now, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I am writing this to warn you of the smiling lady in the forest. Do not try to find me. This will be the last time I speak to you all. Do not come looking for me. I belong to her now, and she will never lose me. The listener in the Dars. What if your prayers were not answered by God, but by something far worse, something that listens in the dark, twisting your hopes into nooses? Tonight, it starts whispering back. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to play God? Some questions should stay unanswered. We selected 7 individuals for the study. My colleague found it important to have a radical mixture of gender and sexual orientation. Discrete cameras were set up throughout the participants' homes and places of business. We instructed the subjects to proceed with their daily activities, normally as if nothing had changed. We then told our people a white lie. We told them that a team of scientists would be working to alter their lives. Allegedly, this group analyzed the recordings and applied subtle changes to the subjects' real-time routines. Each modification would be designed to improve personal productivity and overall contentment. We told subjects that they should not notice any differences whatsoever. It could be as simple as a passerby saying hi. We also forbid all contact with us during this time. The reality was that we did nothing. We just watched, in the interest of avoiding the ire of recent legal proceedings. I will avoid using last names. I worked with a respected sociologist named William, or Will. For short, Will's prestige in the industry secured our funding. In the first place, I considered myself an intern. My job entailed ordering pizza, bringing coffee, and answering phones. Sometimes, William allowed me to watch the cameras while he slept or left the building. Not a bad gig for a 23-year-old kid with a sociology degree. That changed soon after it started. My hatred for my job started when our first subject, Matthew, began to behave erratically. The biography listed him as Subject 001, a straight white male, age 28. He stood at 6 feet 3 inches. He weighed 190 pounds. He had dark brown hair, with a blemish on the upper right corner of his eyebrow. Matt did not have a girlfriend at the time. Thankfully, Will considered that factor. It did not take long for things to go haywire. On the second day of record keeping, I caught Matt talking to himself in the middle of the night. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Are you sure I don't want to do it? The noise nearly caused me to fall off my chair. The rest of the day had been silent. I checked the cameras twice, but found no one else there. William had left the building on another one of his errands. I texted him an alert just as Matthew jumped out of bed in the infrared and walked to his door. Camera 3. Oh, 01 is losing his marbles. Will walked into our makeshift laboratory a couple of minutes later. He wore a look of guarded excitement and an undersized white coat that barely covered his overstuffed belly. Crumbs on his jacket suggested that snacking had caused him to slack off next door. Yet again, Will looked fascinated when he saw the screen. He watched the monitor over my shoulder like a parrot. Matthew banged his head against the wall. My colleague sounded downright giddy when he exclaimed, "It is happening. Record this, kid." I did not know what it meant, but I followed orders. After about 20 head bangs, Matthew stopped moving. We waited and watched for 10 minutes. We checked his vitals. Somehow Matthew was not injured. He only fell asleep, standing up. It is an eerie feeling to watch a man on the verge of losing his mind. The curtains in his apartment fluttered nervously in the wind. Every few hours, Matthew roused himself from sleep and checked the window nervously, then returned to his perch by the bedroom door. He repeated this trend a few times throughout the night. He didn't get back in bed all evening. The next day, Matthew got a promotion. We had nothing to do with it. We watched the whole thing from a hidden cubicle camera. Matthew's boss sounded truly grateful. She considered Matthew's job performance to be worthy of recognition, to boot. The firm had been particularly successful that quarter. That meant a big bonus. The shit-eating grin on Matthew's face told us that he considered the experiment to be responsible. Our subject got very drunk that night. We did not capture the bar in our video feed. I did, however, catch his walk of shame home sometime around 2 in the morning. I adjusted the audio and found the guy talking to himself once again. "I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it." "Are you sure?" "I don't want to do it." Matthew walked into the apartment and flicked a light switch. The room remained quiet and empty. He repeated his favorite little phrase over and over again. He futzed around the living room in an apparent panic. "I don't not want to do it. I don't not want to do it. Are you sure I don't want to do it?" It annoyed me. To be honest, I started to doubt my colleague. Unstable subjects tend to skew results. I had not considered the more dire consequences at the time. "Who is he talking to?" I asked. Will didn't answer. Matthew walked towards the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water from the fridge. His movement seemed extremely erratic. The overall behavior reminded me of an animal with rabies, especially the way one leg dragged behind the other. Suddenly, as if hearing something, Matthew stopped and stared out the kitchen window. Water spilled all over the floor. Matthew stayed in that position for 5 minutes. Then, he offered one last line in the direction of the kitchen door. "Are you sure?" Then he sprinted outside without another word. Switched to camera 4. Will barked over my shoulder. I did as I was told. I swear that and it. The memory of this still keeps me up at night. Matthew's drunken shape came back into focus on the green grass of the apartment complex. The receiver taped to his chest captured rapid breaths as his haphazard footsteps traced a path that led in only one direction. Headlights and horns blasted only 50 feet away. The freeway, Will, this is a problem. This is a big fucking problem. I must have repeated that phrase 1,000 times, but my pleas were ignored by my wide-eyed companion. I grabbed the office phone and quickly tried to find an emergency contact. All the while, Matthew teetered in between traffic carelessly like a missing toddler. Therein, nothing we can do. Will muttered, "What do you want me to say?" Matthew's body exploded the moment it met the tractor trailer. He died that day. Our benefactor compensated the family handsomely. Litigation was temporarily avoided. The God experiment continued with the remaining subjects uninterrupted for 5 weeks. Part 2. The God experiment's second trial claimed a 29-year-old woman. Her name was Emily. Agoi to the bio, the subject stood at 5 feet, 3 inches. She weighed 135 pounds. Emily had dirty blonde hair that met mildly hazel eyes, with astigmatism affecting both lenses. Survey results indicated a surprising lack of romantic partners in the picture. Regardless, she was a female who pursued men exclusively. That fact checked Will's second box. So I entered subject 002. Emily lived alone in a small apartment close to home. She preferred it that way. The short distance made it easy to check on her mother, Jacqueline, twice a day. Jacqueline suffered from stage T breast cancer, and the debilitating results of the chemotherapy just started to take effect around the time of our study, but she never complained. Some had it worse. Her dad died from the same disease years back, and nobody wanted that. Her brother was working now, and Emily considered that a good thing. But no one knew how long Sean could stay employed. Minimum wage positions tended to be seasonal. She told friends on the phone that the new job seemed lucrative but scary. What if something could happen to him? What if he died? If she lost either one, she might just lose her mind. And so, late at night, Emily prayed. I liked to listen to the audio while Will snored in the hallway. She asked God for the same things we all do. A game-changing cure for her mom, maybe, who started to look thinner every day. Perhaps her brother could land a manager position at that new store in town. He has so much potential, she would say. Her voice rose slightly past a whisper every time she repeated that line. Give him the strength to apply himself this time. Emily also asked God when it would be time to meet a man worth the wait. That last one seemed a lot less important than the rest, though, and stayed noted as such in all prayers. She repeated the routine every single night. Nobody ever answered. That changed in the second week of our study. Jacqueline had an important doctor's appointment in the morning. Her daughter stayed up late into the night with worry. She said 17 prayers, 6 Hail Marys, 6 Our Fathers, and 5 personalized messages to the big man himself. Somehow the kid got something right. Excitement overwhelmed the car's audio the moment the two of them got back inside. Jacqueline spoke with an apprehensive tone at first. Wait, I can hear that doctor, he mumbles, when he talks. The chemo actually worked. The backdrop of the corporate parking lot suddenly painted a beautiful scene. Mother and daughter embraced for several long moments. Static from their windbreakers corrupted the microphones for a moment. They both wiped tears from their eyes as they sat back in their seats. The chemo actually worked. Emily coughed a couple times to clear her voice. The doctor said you need some follow-up scans, some new medicine, but no more treatment. She paused and looked at her mother with admiration. You are in remission, young lady. I paused the video. The moment caused me to tear up as well. The poor, battle-worn woman smiled brightly underneath her wig. She looked young again. I guess the recognition of salvation took off 10 years. It was beautiful to see that something good happened. Finally, and a string of so much bad will appeared over my shoulder. Praying that I did as told. We resumed the video a second later. Your brother. He wears. Emily's mother usually wore a gruff and unfriendly expression, but today nothing could contain the excited sparkle in those weary eyes. And let her get a drink. Here on speakerphone, he called us. Emily giggled. Boson, can you hear us? A confident young male voice crackled through the secondary audio. Guess who just became a full-timer? Both of Emily's wishes came true that same day, and so the family celebrated well into the night. They chose a restaurant on the outskirts of Trenton. We did not have this location on our camera feed. I hope they had a good time. Once again, our cameras caught a drunk subject stumbling home after hours. I was alone at the time. When I enhanced the audio, her nervous voice caused my blood to run cold. Are they okay? Okay, are they okay? Okay, are they okay? Okay. Emily mumbled the words on a loop like a depressing song. Are they okay? Okay, are they okay? Okay, are they okay? Okay. Will promised his wife a real dinner for the first night in who knows how long. I promised to cover. I called and texted him about 1,000 times. Ban Akshir 002, same symptoms. We cannot let this fucking happen again. Answer the fucking phone. Will. I did not receive a response. Emily teetered around her family and ran home in confused stutter steps. She repeated her new phrase to the empty room a few more times. The whole thing seemed bizarre, too bizarre, for just a crazy night of drinking. I did not think drugs could have been involved, at least not voluntarily. The girl didn't even keep alcohol in the house. After 5 minutes, Emily walked to the door and stepped into the rain. The temperature read 43 degrees Fahrenheit. She did not have shoes, a sweater, or a hat. I swapped through views as quickly as possible in order to catch up. After a few moments, the second camera found our subject in her backyard. A dusty cornfield sat on the corner of the rural property, and Emily walked towards it slowly. She did not look worried or appear to be in a rush. The mic caught cool, calm, and collected breaths through the rain. In fact, for the first time in the entire experiment, she seemed at peace. Blood pressure and vitals lowered to healthier levels. Her pulse did not indicate any issues. Emily reached the edge of the cornfield before long. She turned and took one last look towards the house and smiled. Part of me still feels like she smiled at the camera. Without warning, a blunt object struck her head from behind. I sat dumbfounded and helpless as a blurry shape dragged our subject away. The audio caught one last line before the mic fell into the maze. Are they okay? Okay. Subject. 002 is still missing to this day. Part 3. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to watch 7 lives fall apart on camera? Picture yourself on a train ride over a mountain covered in ice. You can hear the avalanche. A monotonous rumble of shifting rocks and billowing snow overloads the cold air. That noise can only mean one thing, right? You are sure death is coming. But no one in the carriage screams. No one is crying. Instead, it's calm and quiet, right up until the end. Subject 003 was a transgender male named Jordan, according to our biography. The participant stood 5 feet 6 inches. He weighed 150 pounds. In the photograph, dark, unblemished skin met stylish black hair shaved short on one side. Jordan was in a relationship with a female, but the happy couple had not moved in together. I considered camera placement to be ideal inside the cramped studio apartment. From an early age, Jordan exhibited clear signs that birth did not match the right body. Early onset identity crises led to complexities, including depression and anxiety that went untreated throughout the teenage years. That madness ended when medical professionals took corrective measures to implement a lifelong dream. He worked a high-paying job in the healthcare industry and held a padded HSA to boot. He paid for the whole procedure himself. Even still, Jordan's parents ceased all communication. That fact haunted him. Jordan never considered himself religious. Survey results indicated identification with a few major concepts. He believed in a God. He believed in judgment and punishment, and some sort of peace in the end for us all. Like everybody, Jordan had his own issues with the big man or big lady. On the topic of omnipotence, he wrote, "If there is a puppet master, I am his missing string." I found that sort of dark, but he still prayed for some things. The messages delivered by his bedside in the dark of night were to no one in particular. Each offering began with something like, "I don't know if anybody is listening, but because it felt safer that way. Easier not to damn yourself. Waste one if you got a chance, waste another." He prayed for his family to talk to him again. He prayed for acceptance. He prayed for his little sister your house, and another promotion, and better medication, and less makeup. But most of all, he asked for something most may be able to understand. He prayed for enough money to make his girlfriend a wife and start a life. In the second week of our study, things seemed to be heading in the right direction. A late-night conversation in the bedroom with Sophia broached the topic of marriage. His little sister Sophie texted often and claimed she felt fine. The course of his career continued to trend upwards, and bonus season claimed another happy participant. However, we began to notice similar symptoms the Tuesday after subject 002 went missing. Jordan's mother called that morning. The conversation started pleasant enough. She talked about herself, mostly the gossip at the library, favorite television shows, the usual. However, the topic eventually led to where it always did, her father drinking problem. Dad must have heard that last part when he walked by. He offered one soul-crushing bit of advice into the receiver while Mom tried to escape the room. Tell my little girl I say hello. Will and I were both in the office at that time. The results of that single sentence were almost too horrible to bear. Jordan was in his car and approaching a bridge. The phone line disconnected, but he still screamed into it anyway. Mom, Dad's it. You have nothing fucking else to say to me? Why did you even fucking call me? Why do you do this to me? The line beeped without sympathy. Something inside the poor man and eyes looked dead inside. It did not require 720 video inside the dash cam to properly characterize the look of defeat and utter anguish. I wanted to help him, but as always, there was no time, plus the rules of the God experiment forbade interaction. Will looked ready to make an exception when Jordan pulled over and got out of the car. We switched cameras. Our participant stood on the narrow sidewalk and stared into the distance for a couple of minutes. Then he walked forward. Fog had started to pour in at that altitude. Rain had drifted in and out of the area all evening. Quietly, Jordan began to whisper one line on loop, just like all the others. I am your missing string. I am. I'm just your missing string. Hey? I am your missing string. I am your missing string. Will appeared really worried at that moment. He grabbed his cell phone and furiously thumbed a text to a number I did not recognize. Then he reached over and paused my video, and instead pointed to an opposite monitor. Camera 4 showed the inside of the car. What the fuck is that? He asked. It was impossible to see any features, but one fact seemed clear. A black shape sat very still in the back seat, at about medium height. After a few moments, the door opened beside it, and something exited in the opposite direction. We frantically adjusted the cameras to get a view, but there was no one else in sight. I resumed the video and checked on Jordan. He dangled carelessly off a steel support beam as I repeated my favorite slew of curses. The cold, hard ground, several hundred feet below, did not seem to be worrying to anybody but Will and me. Where do all the missing strings go? Jordan asked for our audio feed. Then he slipped off his shirt. He unattached the microphone. He finished one final sachet around the pole. Then Subject 003 took a dramatic swan dive into the below. I still wonder about his question. I don't think anybody really knows. Part 4. Michelle was a transgender female who never quite adjusted to the cameras in her home. That fact alone made her much smarter than the rest. It is an unmistakable and itching feeling to be watched. Some people recognize it better than others. The sensation can creep through your guts like a virus. It makes all those little hairs on your neck stand on end. Survival instincts implore human beings to seek shelter in these situations. It is always best to avoid the eyes of the hunter, but what if there is no way to be sure of safety? What if the lion has eyes in every corner of the jungle? Subject 004ing survey indicated a hermit-like behavior. She had few family and friends. Her employer was an online blog that allowed employees to work from home. The topics of conversation for this site were nothing short of the usual dog shit you see in National Enquirer and similar publications. Popular headlines included, Woman Marries Alien, Bigfoot Kept Lumberjack as a Love Slave, and more of the usual attention-seeking crap. The more absurd, the better Michelle had been with the company for nearly 10 years. Her articles on conspiracy theories built a reputation that stretched across the country. Nevertheless, a layoff at corporate headquarters claimed her job in the second week of our study. As with past participants, our video caught all the gory details. Our subject cried in bed for days. She did not leave her apartment for a week. Doctor appointments stayed canceled. Groceries were delivered to the house, and the few friends remaining offered nothing outside a few half-hearted text messages. So it goes. Michelle pursued the employment market relentlessly. Personally, I thought this indicated a willingness to take life more seriously. The resin compiled online looked impressive to my untrained eyes. She called and begged several other companies that claimed to be hiring. She filled out 1,000,000 applications online. But I suppose the job market is tough for the type of person who once wrote that her landlord is a lizard. Most newspapers insisted on a more serious experience. A few fellow blog sites openly laughed during interviews on the phone. The windfalls of hope and repeated disappointment became tough to watch. All of these factors added up left Michelle at home. All day, alone. She turned to alcohol somewhere around the third week. Will blamed the strange behavior that followed on her excessive drinking. I remained unconvinced. The warning signs that I had come to identify seemed to be repeating themselves in subject 004, one hungover morning. Michelle moved a chair into a blind spot in the kitchen. She sat there for 4 hours. The entire apartment stayed quiet during this time. When Michelle emerged, she seemed suspicious of everything from the cat to her own shadow. She searched the apartment endlessly for something, and that made us worry. During setup, Will etched one of our cameras into the wood of her nightstand. Sure enough, she found it. After tearing the whole room apart, she talked to us openly from that point on. That revelation certainly affected our test results, but as always, our responsibilities stayed the same. Interference and correction did not present itself as an option. We were only observers. The camera became a prop in Michelle's bout of self-destruction. She carried that and a bottle of Jack Daniels everywhere. She talked to both as if live streaming. Most of the messages were incoherent and similar to the nonsense she used to peddle for a living. Reporting live from the kitchen. Water has turned a mysterious brown color. Back to you, Dark. Reporting from the bedroom. Something is scratching underneath my floor. Can you guys hear that? Reporting from the den. Someone is outside my door. Is that one of you? Nothing I saw or heard on screen confirmed her theories. However, my concerns started to get more serious when Michelle refused to sleep. 2 days without rest turned to 3 and 4 and 5. Her behavior became manic on several occasions. I caught her staring at the walls for hours at a time. Soon enough, Michelle found the remaining cameras. She took to hiding in blind spots that made it impossible for me to see her after that. The frequency and length of the live streams radically decreased. I hope that wherever she went, Michelle finally found some sleep. The apartment was always very quiet during that time. There were no other voices inside. One morning, many days later, someone knocked at the apartment door. Michelle had not been outside in 2 weeks. Will snored so loud in the lab that I almost missed it. The knock started out quiet and unassuming, after a few unanswered raps. It grew more aggressive until it soon became an absolute pounding that stirred my colleague from his sleep and caused Michelle to sprint into my line of sight in a panic. Do you guys hear it now? We did. What do I do? I had no idea. Will pulled out his phone again. He had a block on the device that obscured my vision from the side. I asked him angrily about the text messages. He started to answer me just as subject 004 walked over to the door. Shit, she cannot answer that door, he muttered instead. Michelle could not hear us. She looked through the peephole neurotically. Then she shrugged her shoulders, caught a quick nervous breath, and unlocked the chain. Why don't we have visibility in the hallway? I asked, fearing the answer. It came a second later. Gunfire erupted into our headphones. A bullet caught subject 004 in the head. I knew immediately that our Michelle was dead. She did not even have time to scream. Will pulled the plug from every computer monitor and power grid in the lab. Video and audio disappeared in kind. He fired off a few more rapid-fire messages. In a few short moments, the God experiment fell completely offline. His next words removed any doubt in my mind. Oh, we have to help the remaining subjects. We are running out of time. Part 5. God found me in the middle of a hurricane. We were absolutely flying down an ill-advised stretch of I-95. Storm warnings vibrated the phones in our pockets like a pair of dildos that evening. The road stayed slick with white waves of spitting rain and bits of black ice that stuck to the asphalt like butter. I clung to the steering wheel and kept my eyes on the road, but still begged my friend to fill me the fuck in. Who were you ducting? What is going on? Where are we going? Bag something. Will tore his eyes from the phone and finally turned to face me. Hey, do you think we have any money? I stared blankly. I had never really considered the fact Duddy's always had donors. It could be anybody, individuals, institutions, companies, or organizations, as long as all they followed the letter of the law, which we did not. My colleague flicked my forehead like an asshole. I swatted his hand away and tried to focus on the road. Who do you think paid for all the computers in the back seat, or the lab we sit in every day? How about the extremely expensive video equipment we used to monitor 5 individuals the weeks they were murdered? 5. Patricia is... Will guffawed at my apparent stupidity. Take the next exit. I did as told. Dripping water through the window made me shiver involuntarily. I did it myself this time, he mumbled. Better that way for a visitant. Nothing but a little arsenic in her girlfriend being pepper chicken. What the fuck are you talking about? I asked. You have to talk to me, man. I'm the one drying. Will took one long look at me before he finally sighed and replied. There is a man behind the curtain, Justin. There always is. We need to get away from him. A massive oak tree fell from the side of the road. It landed about 20 feet ahead. That should have given me enough time to stop, but the brakes in my car screeched unevenly. I did my best to swerve, and so we did not crash immediately. Will had time to offer one final line in the chaos, before wooden splinters ripped apart the paneling of my mid-sized SUV. But there is always a man behind the curtain. The next few moments in my memory are a mixture of broken glass and hurling objects. I can remember the tumbles pretty clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suspensions of gravity in total seatbelts kept both of us stationed securely to the vehicle. But the same could not be said for the piles of electrical equipment. The good news was that the last turnover put the car right side up. The bad news was that we were in the middle of a New Jersey swamp, and Will was losing a lot of blood. He faded in and out of consciousness. My arm felt broken. Nonetheless, adrenaline allowed me to pull my colleague from the car and lay him down on the hill. My middle-class pipe dream sunk into 2 feet of mud with all of our equipment. We were stuck. The accumulating rain made it impossible to drag ourselves up. I tried to stop Will's bleeding with my t-shirt. That was about as successful as trying to stop a spout with a pin. The worst wound the old man sustained struck his wrinkled old head. Red bits of skin and flesh poked through my white shirt. The pulsing scrape seemed to rain all the same. I don't think he had much time left. I do think the integrity of that moment made him reconsider a few things in life. He would have tortured her. The words again made me feel cold inside. Why? Who is he? Why does he care? I don't understand, Will. Why would you kill one of our subjects? It was just like going to sleep. A pair of headlights arrived by the side of the road soon after. I could barely see the figure that gracefully slid down the embankment. He wore an impeccable black suit that fit his thin and agile form flawlessly. I waved and called out, "But there is a man dying here." But he did not reply. The rain started to erode the embankment we were lying upon. The shadow in the suit watched me struggle to hold up Will in body with a broken arm and a couple of cracked ribs. He snorted audibly and said, "Good evening to you, Bo," in an awkwardly confident tone. I tried to reply back. Help had arrived. I thought we were saved, but before I could, the man Will once called God shot him 2 times in the stomach. Then there was only one subject remaining in the study. Me, Part 6. I wished I was alive. That's such a bullshit statement these days. What do the kids call it? Basic. The very same line could be applied to waiting in the doctor office with a common cold, or sneezing in someone's face, or using the restroom in a public place. It just does not mean anything anymore. You know, exaggeration and veneer have taken the guts out of the very words meant to imply the severity of my situation truthfully. Now, let's try that again. I wished I was not alive. If you thought the devil capable of immense torture, then God will almost certainly offer you a pleasant surprise. He brought me somewhere inside. The drugs that coursed through my veins and an Evie were unlike anything I had ever experimented with in college. Pain became something to rest my hat on when breathing was no longer a required chore. The shapes inside my teeming space blended together like 3 white rabbits shuffling through a surgery room. I felt insanity grip the corners of my brain and hold it tight like a vice. I prayed to death through gritted teeth and begged him to visit that night, but he didn't. Will knew about this fate. His last words told me everything I needed to know. There is always a man behind the curtain. I would like to talk about the God experiment. Through all the chaos of pain and pounding vibrations in my body, I could hear the voice as clear as could be. It boomed and resonated throughout the hollow room as if on echo. I spoke back as a humble servant prepared to meet my maker. Subject 005 is a little lady named Patricia. She's a 25-year-old bisexual female. A white rod of lightning intercepted my mind. Again, Subject 005 was killed by Subject 6. Well, the pain grew worse. God did not like my answer. I asked him why his response was to draw a deep breath and let out an overwhelming sigh. The kid and too loopy. This is not working. We will have to try again, let. I looked around the room and tried to take in my surroundings. The walls were stained with waves of brown water damage and growing mold. The floor felt concrete. My bare feet were tied up to the legs of a rickety wooden chair. I shook it nervously. A fog dot screamed in annoyance. This is not the plan. This is not the fucking plan. A female voice called out from somewhere in the background. Life never fits the plan, David, but you were the handler on this one. You're fuck up. A third deep tone murmured its support. David's reply seemed angry. I did not know why his memory is supposed to wipe. The Feds tested it years ago. Hell, we have used these same drugs on subject 006 for 6 years. Is it too soon? The female voice sounded downright cocky when she replied, Not too soon. Just does not always work the way you want. Their voices converged in a cacophony of whispers, too difficult to understand. Somewhere underneath all of the horrible things churning inside of me, clarity approached. You're not God. I offered the words to the room in a daze. Oh, now he gets it. The male voice laughed again. Then he punched me in the mouth. Had you heard? The state is God. The G-man looked at the bruise on his fists, while I spit a pool of blood in his direction. It all added up in that moment. The subjects were dissidents. They were destined to die because our government wanted them dead. Our purpose in the God experiment was only to ensure death came at the right time. We have to kill him. The Attorney General, Boo Lady, cut off her partner. The AG does not have to know anything. They both paused. Do you hear that? I took the momentum of the moment to throw my chair to the floor. The struggle that ensued did not favor my side. I broke my legs and managed to scurry free, but soon enough, the third giant crow wrapped his arms around my arms, while the other two punched me. when Will burst through the unlocked door to our room. I outright laughed at his sheer stupidity. The fat man was covered in blood. It dripped from his head and lab coat like an absurd, C-rated horror movie. However, his next few actions were nothing short of heroic. Without them, I would not be alive to tell this story today. Thank the Lord. Will brought a big old gun with him. 2 bullets caught my attackers immediately. The third let go of me just before Will shot him in the knee. I stumbled out of the room and escaped the scene of the crime just in time. Will caught 1 more bullet himself that night. He died alongside the same men that ruined his life. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The government selected 7 subjects from radically different backgrounds. Their names were Matt, Emily, Jordan, Michelle, Patricia, Will, and me. The reason behind multiple genders and orientation seems pretty simple. Our handlers wanted to prove a point during this run of the God experiment. Everyone is vulnerable at any time. Anyone can be taken care of outside the public eye. The subjects we watched were targeted for execution by the same government that collects their taxes, and so there is no more apt description for our commanders-in-chief. The state is God. If you ask for more answers, I am afraid they are short in supply. For the past 6 months, I have been forced to hide, and I do not know why the feds allow me to be alive. I can feel their eyes every time I go to bed. Just before I submitted this final update, the camera on my laptop flicked to red. The state is watching me. They are watching you too. I only wanted someone else to see. The logbook lies. The rules arrived uninvited, scrawled in ink that smelled of rust and regret. Break one, and the shadows twist just a little too eagerly. Ignore them all, and you'll never hear your own screams coming. You know this story by now. It's been common in the past year. The pandemic ravaged economies worldwide. Small businesses went bankrupt in droves because of lockdowns, and I am one of the unlucky ones that found themselves without a paycheck for next month's rent. Here is not much to say about myself. I am an average guy. Average height and weight and build. Average low-income job. Average crappy apartment. Average bills until the local fast food joint went under after a month without business. So I did what everyone else did at that time. I started job hunting, sending out CVs, going from interview to interview, losing my hope bit by bit with each phone call. I didn't have anything to stand out from the crowd, no skill that was in demand. Now I finished high school, and I figured I would spend the rest of my life working minimum wage and playing video games. My salvation from eviction came out of the blue in a forum I never expected as a last-ditch attempt. I signed up with a job agency, hoping they would succeed where I had failed. I went through the usual procedure of signing contracts, and they sent out my CV. Barely 3 days later, I got the much-awaited phone call. It's a pretty unusual gig, the agent told me. A guy named Ryan, about my age and in no better position in life than mine. Hey, but it pays well. I am game, I said without hesitation. With no savings, a quarter of a gas tank, and only loose change left of my last paycheck, I couldn't turn down anything. When's the interview? No interview, Ryan told me. They want to talk to you over the phone, but from what they told me, it's pretty much an acceptance in advance. That's not at all suspicious. Hey man, it's up to you if you accept, Ryan told me. It's a bit suspicious, but you said you are desperate, so I bumped you up the wait list. It probably pays under the table, but hey, he started, but I cut over him. It's better than going hungry. Exactly, Ryan said, so stick with it, but call back. Worst case scenario, you only have to work there until I find you something else. I will, I assured him. And thanks. No problem, he answered. I'll give them your number. Expect a call in the next few days. And with that, he hung up. I got busy around the apartment with chores, but I didn't get 3 minutes deep before my phone rang again. I ran to answer it, having left it charging in the bedroom. "Hello," I greeted as I put it to my ear. "Good afternoon. Is this Mr. John?" a delicate feminine voice asked. "That's me," I said, stifling a giggle at Mr. and my name used together. "Perfect," the woman said. "My name is Sarah, and I am calling you on behalf of my employer. From what I understand, you are in search of a job." "I am," I answered. "Awesome," Sarah said with enthusiasm. Not the corny HR type either, but genuine enthusiasm, like she was happy. "So, how is this going to work, Miss Sarah?" I asked. "Do I come over for some aptitude test or something?" "Oh, no, Sarah said with amusement. "Nothing of that sort. Stay on the line and go to your front door," she instructed. Her request was more than a bit concerning, but I did what she had asked me. I got to my front door, which led to the floor's corridor, and looked through the peephole. I didn't see anyone. "So, do I open it?" I asked. "Yes," Sarah answered. "There should be something on your front doorstep." This whole situation felt faker by the moment. At this point, I was expecting it to be a prank from Ryan or something. Maybe he actually worked for one of those prank shows, and the job agency wasn't just a facade. I opened the door, expecting a jump scare into a nearby camera to catch all of it. But no one was there. Instead, I saw an envelope on my doormat, placed neatly in the center. "An envelope?" I asked. "Yup," Sarah answered. "And take it inside and open it." I picked up the dirty yellow thing, pinching it between two fingers as I walked into my kitchen. I sat down at the small table and gingerly opened it, finding a blank piece of old-looking paper inside, along with an expensive-looking fountain pen. "Do you read horror stories online, Mr. John?" Sarah asked. "And creepypasta, short stories, or found footage types?" "No, I am not into reading," I answered. "Never was, especially horror." "Then you'll have to do a bit of research, I am afraid," she said, and I could tell that a bit of wind was gone from her sails. "Do you want me to write horror stories?" I asked. "I mean, I could, but I am no Stephen King." "No horror stories, Mr. John," Sarah assured me. "Your job will consist of writing sets of rules." "Miss Sarah, I'll be real with you for a moment. You lost me," I admitted, convinced that I'd blown it anyway. "Let me explain," Sarah said quickly. "It all makes sense in a minute." "Go ahead, I am listening." "Ian, your job will consist of coming up with sets of rules, like I already said. You will be given a setting, usually an unsettling one, and you'll have to build a said set of rules around that setting. No story, no characters, and no events, just the rules. Do you understand, Mr. John?" "Not really," I admitted. "Read up some stories, then look for ones where people find rules at new jobs, or when moving to a new home or school, and you are bound to find some. Read them and use the pen and paper we provided to write some of the rules. When the list is done, place it back inside the envelope and leave it on your doorstep. You have until tomorrow at dusk. If the envelope isn't on your doorstep by then, we'll assume you are not interested." "I'll give it a shot," I said after a few moments of thinking. It wasn't like I had anything better to do with my time. "What's the setting?" "The first one is a test," Sarah said. "So make the setting whatever you want. We want to see if you offer what we're looking for." "Try to make it as scary as possible," she said at last cheerfully. "I'll give it my best," I said, trying to fake the slightest amount of enthusiasm. "That's the spirit, Mr. John," Sarah said. "We expect great things from you. I will return with another call after the list is appraised, and we will discuss your salary then." We said our goodbyes, and she hung up. I made a coffee despite the hour, brought my laptop into the kitchen, and started researching. A quick Google search revealed a treasure trove of material, many stories like Sarah had described, and just as many communities centered around these stories in communities like this one. I took to reading the most popular stories I found, which, in all honesty, was a total drag. I really don't like reading. Still, in a few hours, I had a good understanding of what I was supposed to do. Some of these stories creep me out, I'll admit. I am not a horror enthusiast, but I am not a scaredy cat either, which is all to say that it takes a bit of effort to get under my skin. By midnight, I picked a setting and churned out the first set of rules. They weren't good or scary by any measure, so I went back to them and did them again, distilling that creepy feeling further. At the time, I thought that maybe I had a knack for writing, a hidden talent that I never picked up on up to that point. I could already see books with my name on them, earning me serious cash. Looking back on it, I realized it was just the newfound sense of purpose after almost a month without one that had spurred me on. Anyway, after multiple revisions, I was satisfied with the result, so I wrote the rules on the paper and put it back inside the envelope. Seeing that it was nearly 4 a.m. and I had been awake for almost 22 hours at that point, I went to sleep. I woke up at about 2 in the afternoon and decided to leave the envelope outside as Sarah had instructed it, but to keep on the lookout and see who would come for it. Now, I was still convinced it was a prank show or something like that, but I figured I would get some cash for my effort and for the right to broadcast it. And so I waited, eyes glued to the peephole. 5 minutes turned to 10, and then to half an hour, but no one came. Of course, and no one would come, I thought. How would they even know if I don't call them? As I was ready to throw in the towel, then call Ryan, my phone rang. I recognized the number right away. "Good afternoon, Mr. John," Sarah greeted me. "Hello," I said. "Is the list done?" "Will you send someone to pick it up?" I asked. "Well, that's what I am calling you for," Sarah answered. "The rules have been appraised. My superiors are very satisfied with your work. You are hired, Mr. John." "How?" I asked, dumbfounded, opening the door and finding the envelope still there. "You start tonight at 10 p.m., a 9-hour shift, including breaks." "I will text you the address shortly," Sarah said, ignoring my question. "We hope to see you there, Mr. John." With that cheerful remark, she hung up. I tried to call back a few times, but it never went through. A chirpy, rhodotic voice told me that the number was no longer in use. I received a text a few minutes later that contained an address about half an hour away, but trying to call that number gave the same result. I was creeped out before, but this sealed the deal. I didn't know what they were playing at. I just knew that I wanted no part in it anymore. So I resolved to call Ryan back, asking him what the heck, and to tell him to find me something else. But before I got to do any of that, I noticed something out of place. The envelope was placed neatly in the center of the doormat again. I picked it up cautiously, scanning the empty corridor for any sign of movement. The envelope felt thicker between my fingers, but ever so slightly lighter than before. Opening it, I found $300 in $20 bills inside. I know that might not sound like much, and it really isn't an exorbitant amount of money, but at that moment, it was a lifesaver for me. So, despite my better judgment, I gave it a try. After all, I already got $300 out of the deal that far, so it was definitely worth my time if nothing else. I went grocery shopping to restock the fridge, filled up the car, cooked and ate a proper dinner for the first time that month, and waited for night to come. I left home 40 minutes before my shift. The phone's GPS had picked up the address right away, leading me out of the city and onto some battered country roads, and I passed through a few small towns on the way, but I barely saw any other cars on the road. The GPS led me off of asphalt and onto beaten dirt at some point into some dark woods. Alarm bells went off in my head, telling me how bad of an idea this was, but I ignored them. The belief that this was just a prank grew stronger, pushing back against the mounting dread and paranoia. After 10 more minutes through the woods, I saw something between the trees, a 3-story building with a flat rooftop lined with dark windows. The GPS pointed me straight at it, and as I approached, a tall concrete fence topped with barbed wire came into view. Some empty parking spaces greeted me as I entered the clearing, so I pulled into one. I was close enough to the gate to see that the chain around its handles dangled freely, leaving it ajar. I got out of my car cautiously, leaving the engine running in case I needed to make a hasty retreat. "Guys, you can come out," I yelled into the silent night. "I know this is a prank. Haha, you got me good." No answer came, but I waited for a couple of minutes, hoping that they would give up. I was sure there were cameras in some bushes nearby filming me, waiting for my reaction. But instead, as a handful of minutes turned to time, nothing happened. I walked it closer to the gate to try to see if anyone was inside, and the feeling of dread that was steadily building up inside of me shot up to 11. Next to the gate, mounted on the flat surface of the cement, was a metal plate. "This can't be real. It's impossible," I thought as I read the text on the plate. Pilgrim State Hospital was written on it, along with the address in a smaller font. The location I imagined for my set of rules. They probably got access to my search history, I thought. I probably saw that name somewhere in a story, and I appropriated it, and they figured it out. I was half satisfied with my conclusion, but it didn't make my mounting panic go away. If this was some prank show, it was awfully elaborate. I didn't know how to proceed. I was torn between returning to my car to leave or going inside to see this through. Looking back to the forest for any signs of life, I noticed a movement in the darkness. Something was there, but it was too fast to be human. It darted between the trees, hiding in the foliage, and I felt a bout of nausea when I caught sight of it again. That sealed it. I didn't want to stick around and risk getting mauled by some wild animal. I pulled out my phone as I power walked to the car and saw the clock turn to 10 p.m. The car produced a stutter, and I heard its engine die. What the hell, I thought with confusion. The car was a piece of crap, but it didn't have any problems I knew of besides being a bit old. I dashed to it and threw myself in the driver's seat, reaching for the keys to try and start the car. The engine rumbled but failed with a pathetic sputter. A flash of movement in the clearing got my attention as I was about to give it another try, but I lost sight of whatever it was. That was until it collided with the passenger's side window, shattering it and raining bits of glass on me. What the heck? My panic is in full swing. Nothing was there, but I knew it could be back any moment. With shaking fingers, I reached for the keys again and tried the ignition. "Nothing, crap!" I yelled, slamming my hand down on the steering wheel. My phone rang in my pocket, making me jump back in the seat. I pulled it out, dropped it between the seats, and tried to fish it out. Another impact shook the car, shattering the back window. My fingers snagged on the phone, and I pulled it out. "Hello, help!" I yelled into it the moment I answered the call. "Mr. John?" Sarah asked in the same sweet tone as always. "We were expecting you inside. Is everything all right?" "Crap, I don't," I stuttered. "Something's attacking the car. I am trapped." "Listen to me, Mr. John," Sarah said, her voice a bit more urgent. "And keep calm. Get out of the car and run inside. They won't follow you." "How do you know?" I asked. "What if—" A bang! I stopped the words in my throat. Something collided with the windshield, sending a spider web of cracks rippling through it. I panicked harder, struggling to undo my seatbelt. "Trust me," Sarah yelled into my ear, "and run inside." I didn't need her to tell me a third time. The moment the seatbelt came undone, I shot out of the car. I landed on all fours and took off like that, getting to my feet after a few moments. Hasty footsteps echoed behind me, but I didn't turn around. I hauled ass to and through the gate in a terrified sprint that I am sure broke a world record or two. What's inside the yard? I ran to the building's door. I threw myself against it, but it opened without a hitch, so I crashed to the floor after rolling to a stop on the thin carpet. I took a moment to catch my breath. "Mr. John," a voice called from my hand. "Are you still there? Did you make it?" Turned out, I managed to hold onto my phone even through my frantic dash for safety. The display was covered by an intricate fractal of cracks, the result of me running on all fours and then smashing it against the pavement. But it still worked. I lifted it to my ear before I spoke. I answered Sarah's call. I made it inside. I think I am safe." "Great," Sarah said. "Please, make your way to the 3rd floor. Your office is the 3rd door on the right." Click. She hung up again before I got to ask any questions. The realization that this was no prank, that I was in actual danger, finally sank in. I needed to get out on the double, but I can't get to my car with those things out there, I thought. I decided to put my phone to good use and call for help, but it was nearly impossible to navigate its menu. I couldn't see anything through the cracks after a few minutes of fumbling around, doing my best to guess where everything was and what I was pressing. I managed to call 911, but the call didn't go through. I probably didn't have reception. "Come on," I whined loudly. Being between a rock and a hard place, I decided my best chance of survival was to play along. Maybe Sarah would call me again, and I could tell her I wanted out my walk to the elevator. Idling by its door as well, I waited for it to reach me. Looking around, I noticed how empty this place was. There was a receptionist's desk at the entrance, but no one manned it. I could see a nurse's cabinet through a tall glass door, but no one was inside. Besides my own breathing, there were no other sounds in the building. It felt like I was completely alone. The ding of the elevator shook me free from my stupor. Its doors parted, and I stepped inside cautiously, pressing the button for the 3rd floor. The ride was short, but not short enough, as it offered me enough time to delve into my thoughts again. The institution's name, its layout, the creatures that attacked me after 10 p.m., none of it added up. I didn't want to admit it, but I knew exactly what was going on. I was just hoping I was wrong. But when the elevator arrived on the 3rd floor, when I opened the 3rd door on the right, when I found a desk that sat in front of a wall full of monitors, I realized with terror that I was right. The single yellow piece of old paper set neatly in the desk's center sealed the deal. This was the setting I'd imagined. With trembling hands, I picked up the piece of paper, recognizing my own handwriting. "You must be the new guy," I read. I dreaded reading further, but I needed to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was what I thought it was. "Sorry, I couldn't be there to train you myself. You could have really used my knowledge to succeed in your new duties. Here is hoping this list of rules will suffice and help you see your first night through, if you make it until the morning. I strongly suggest you never come back here. No amount of money is worth it. With my personal advice out of the way, let's get to the rules. Rule number 1. Write your name and time of arrival in the logbook at the front desk at the beginning of your shift. The guard checks the logbook at 10:05 on the dot before making his rounds. He will use deadly force on anyone not signed in. If you forget, you have to avoid the guard for the rest of the night." I wanted to yell out again in frustration and anger aimed at my own stupidity. I had already broken the first rule, and if the consequences would be what I imagined they would be when I wrote the thing, I broke the most important rule of all. I put the list down and looked at the camera feeds in front of me. Each monitor displayed one of the hospital's many corridors or rooms, but I was searching for one in particular. The reception area came into view, and through the grainy feed I saw a thick book laying open on the desk. The guard already checked it, but I couldn't see him anywhere. That was bad news, horrible even. You see, I didn't imagine the guard as a normal elderly man, dutifully doing his rounds with a lantern and radio in hand, or even as a human for that matter. No, the best way to address the guard wasn't him, but it. It was a tall, wide figure, striding down the corridors at night in search of anything out of place. It was a faceless entity, incapable of feeling emotions, like empathy or mercy. And it was strong, maybe insanely so, unwavering in its pursuit of ridding the property of unwanted guys. I envisioned the guard as an unlikely ally, something that could brave any adversity one might face during their shift, so long as one followed the rules. Otherwise, the guard was your worst enemy here. Scanning the other monitors, I noticed a thick metal door shaking wildly in its hinges. The monitors didn't have any sound, but even so I heard the metal's rattles all the way up on the 3rd floor. I watched with bated breath as the lock broke and the door swung open. From the really thick darkness inside, something walked out of that darkness slowly. Its eyes lit up and appeared to the camera. I felt its gaze that landed on me through the monitor, freezing me still in my seat. The creature walked away slowly, and I couldn't look away from its mangled form. It was big and bulky, with swollen muscles covered in protruding veins. I don't doubt that any bodybuilder would be envious of its physique, save for the creature's deformities. One of its legs bent backward at the knee, the source of its slowness, as it had to drag it along the floor. Its arms were 2 different lengths, with its right being the longer of the 2. It was completely hairless and had a horrified expression permanently frozen on its face. Simply looking at it kept me paralyzed with fear. After it walked outside of the camera's view, I broke free from the spell. I brought up the paper and kept reading, although I already knew what I would find. Rule number 2. Make your way to the monitoring room right away. You can take whatever route you want, but you have to pass by solitary confinement and say hi to Tom. If you fail to do this, Tom will break out, and we don't want that. In case you forget, you have to call the nurses to sedate him and bring him back to a cell. Might I imagine the Pilgrim State Hospital has filled to the brim with patients. But they were all normal people, all save for Tom, who's a bit more special. Born to a possessed mother that was a part of a cult, Tom inherited her strength and wild demeanor. But the cult hadn't been kind to him as he grew up, putting him through rituals meant to bring out his latent powers that resulted in a myriad of physical and mental conditions. And when the cultists had finally got what they wanted, awakening Tom's potential, he slaughtered all of them. He was found by authorities a few months later, roaming the countryside, and they took him in. But he proved to be too strong for them, so they transferred him here to live the rest of his days in confinement. I, of course, know all of that because I made it up myself. Tom wasn't a real flesh and blood person, or at the very least, he was never supposed to be. But the part that broke my heart was that I imagined him as needing that tiny bit of reassurance, that fleeting sense that someone in this world cared about him to keep him sort of sane and docile. It's why I wrote that rule the way that I did, and breaking that rule also broke my spirit. Poor Tom didn't deserve this. None of it. The only silver lining was that Tom wouldn't come looking for me specifically. He would aimlessly wander the building until he was caught. I was tempted to go out and look for him myself to right my wrong in the slightest, but I knew that was a bad idea. I searched the drawers for a radio and pulled it out when I found it. "Hello, can anyone hear me?" I asked, pressing the button and holding it close to my mouth. Tom broke containment. "We need a team of nurses ASAP, copy," a feminine voice answered. "Stay where you are. Our nurses will be dispatched to recontain Tom." Only silence followed after that statement, but I breathed a sigh of relief with that task taken care of. I resumed reading, both to refresh my memory and to hopefully find some explanation for this madness. Rule number 3. Once inside the monitoring room, check the camera feeds once every 30 minutes and report anything out of the ordinary to the guard. Besides the guard and nurses, Anything in the corridors at night is considered out of the ordinary. Good, I thought. I am already doing that. I was doing half of that, to be precise. The monitoring half. I wasn't sure about calling the guard, since I didn't log in like I was supposed to, but I decided that I would burn that bridge when I got to it. Rule number 4. If the guard comes to check up on you, don't look at him. Only answer his first question, no matter what it is, and don't engage in further talking. He'll try to get you to talk more, but he'll leave after 10 minutes. I was sure that I could ignore this one for tonight. If the guard would come for me, it wouldn't be to ask questions. As for the questions themselves, I didn't have any specific ones in mind when I wrote this one. I thought of the guard asking random but deeply personal questions meant to disturb and provoke you. What it would do if you didn't answer its first question, or if you answered more than one. I don't know. I didn't imagine that far, and that part scared me. At least, with the other rules, I had a rough idea of what would happen if I broke them. I put the paper down and switched to watching the monitors to see Tom's containment attempt. Checking the clock on the wall, I saw that half an hour had passed, but the night was still young. I found the guard patrolling the corridors randomly, but I didn't know enough about the layouts of the building and the cameras to know where he was. I realized that was bad news. Without that knowledge, I couldn't be sure when the guard was nearing me. Another bridge to burn later. Soon after, I found the nurse that was sent out as well. She was, I am kind of ashamed to admit this, but it's how I imagined it. I never expected all this to become real. Okay. She was a petite woman with curves in all the right places and a skimpy, revealing nurse outfit that would have been more at home in an adult movie than a hospital. The only thing that stood out was her face, pale as a ghost, with dark lips and eyes, as well as random stitches running over her features. I am very basic when it comes to horror. Okay, I know I am not an aficionado, and I won't pretend that I am. In any case, all the nurses look like that, with few differences between them. No names and no numbers. No way to tell them apart from one another. They're a hive mind with a singular purpose containing anyone that's not the guard. But they're pretty dim-witted, easy to outsmart, so I don't worry much about them. Anyway, this particular nurse was a big help, and not just because she had recontained Tom. She walked past the elevator on her way, and I saw the floor number above the doors. I knew her location, so I could use her to map out the building. I followed her from one monitor to the next, drawing a mental map of wherever she went, and slowly I figured out where each camera in the building was in relation to each other. That ate away a good portion of the night. About 2 hours or so, she seemed in no hurry to find Tom. Or maybe I should have given her more details when I called earlier, but I also fulfilled my other task, keeping an eye on all the monitors for anomalies, and following Tom and the guard as well. My attention was stretched every which way in my attempt to keep track of everything that could kill me. So I didn't notice when one of the monitors turned to static, not until that static started spreading past the screen, engulfing the plastic that encased it. By the time that I saw it, it had already reached the monitors around it. I panicked, picking up the paper to see the rules again. Rule number 5. If you see a static anomaly on the monitors, call the IT department and leave the room immediately. Walk through the building for exactly 15 minutes. The anomaly should be fixed. That was bad news. I knew what the static would do. It would spread across the room and engulf everything. If it touched me as well, it wouldn't be good for my health. And it wouldn't stop at the monitoring room. It would spread outside indefinitely. until the IT department stopped it. I jumped out of the chair and grabbed the radio, making my way to the door. I stopped with my other hand on the handle, deciding to call from in here, even with the static slowly spreading behind me. I knew this room was still safer than the corridors. "Hello?" I asked after fumbling with the radio. "I need the IT department. It's an emergency." I cried out into the radio a few more times until someone answered. A sleepy voice broke through the static, sounding very irritated at being disturbed so late into the night. "Sub, what's the problem?" the voice asked, a young man by the sound of it. "One of the monitors went full of static," I stammered, "and now it's spreading across the room." "Ah, yes," the IT guy said, sounding thoroughly bored. "You know the protocol for this situation. Leave the room for 15 minutes until you take care of it?" I asked. "Yup," he answered. "I'll be right over, and I better not find you there. I can fix the monitors, but I can't fix people." "Got it," I said. I shot the monitors one final look. Finding that half of them were gone, I could still see the guard patrolling the ground floor, but I couldn't spot the nurse or Tom anywhere on the remaining monitors. Crap. I left the room quietly, not giving away my position to anyone. The corridor was empty, but I couldn't stay put. The rule wasn't clear on if I had to be on the move for the 15 minutes, so I decided to risk it. I wanted to find a closet somewhere and hide. Now, from what I imagined of the place, there were closets spread through all floors but the third. This floor had the monitoring room, the break room for the nurses, and some other various rooms, but no storage closet. I walked cautiously to the stairs and went down them one step at a time, eyes and ears peeled for any sign of movement. The building was almost pitch dark at night. I always shared that the cameras had some night vision enhancements to allow me to see clearly, but out here, I was nearly blind. My eyes adapted after a while, but just barely. I reached the second floor and found lots of doors lining it, but I didn't know which one was the storage closet I so desperately wanted to crawl into. Most of them were rooms for the patients, but those were locked, while the closets weren't. So I tried the doors one by one. I was halfway down the corridor with no luck. All of the doors were closed. As I abandoned door 6 and went for door 7, praying that it would be the one, I saw a shadow coming from behind the corner at the corridor's end. A small shadow walking around with a spring in her step, like she was skipping merrily through a meadow, and not this hellhole. I couldn't make out her features through the dark, but I knew it was one of the nurses, and I knew that she saw me, seeing as my skin crawled and my hair stood up. "Hey!" she yelled in a cheery, high-pitched voice. "You are not supposed to be out here. Let me escort you back to your room." Fight or flight kicked in hard. My heart went from lightly beating to a thudding drum at a mile a minute. I turned and sprinted with all that I had, not caring where I would end up so long as it was away from her. "Hey, stop!" she yelled after me. Her footsteps sounded from behind, mixing in with mine as she gave chase. "Then don't run through the corridors. You'll hurt yourself." "Leave me alone," I yelled as I reached the stairs and jumped them 2 to 4 at a time. "I am not a patient, but you can be," she said. I looked back and saw that she had reached the stairs as well. She was like a cheetah on steroids, and compared to her, I was a slug on sleeping pills. She bounded down the stairs with reckless abandon, closing the gap between us with terrifying speed. I reached the landing and decided to screw it. Either I would break my legs and she would get me, or she would catch up to me regardless, at least this way. I had a chance, I told myself, and jumped over the next flight in a single go. I landed with a thud and rolled from the force. The fall pushed me to my knees. Luckily, both of my legs survived, so I took off running on the next flight of stairs. I did the same, really pushing my luck. I crashed onto the landing face first against the wall. but I didn't have enough time to assess my wounds. The nurse landed right next to me, so I took off. She tackled me from behind as I was about to jump over the last flight of stairs. Her strength was phenomenal. It was enough to send both of us flying through the air as she had latched onto me. I turned around at the last moment and ended up landing on top of her. She broke my fall, but I got winded. Now, she said in a sweet voice as she pushed me off. I rolled away and got on my haunches, even pleasing as I uselessly gasped for air. You wouldn't hurt yourself. See, I told you not to run through the corridors. And between the tears and the fear, I looked up at her. She got to her feet, perfectly fine despite the fall, and pulled a syringe out from somewhere. I don't know from where, and I don't want to think about it. But let's just say that her skimpy outfit had no pockets to speak of. Here, she said, pointing the needle at me. I fell on my back and crawled away on my elbows, but I knew there was no escaping her. This will calm you down, and then we'll find you a nice and quiet room. I tried to say, but with no air in my lungs. My voice failed me. She stepped onto my foot to stop me and leaned over me. Her free hand shot out and grabbed mine with such force that I feared she would break my wrist. She held my arm steady and aimed the syringe at my skin. But try as hard as I might, I couldn't break free. The needle touched my skin and was ready to break through into my veins. But an animalistic scream had stopped her. We both looked down the corridor at its source and found Tom barging towards us. Before any of us got to react, he punched the nurse away. She flew into a wall, hitting it hard enough to leave a dent. God, I thought, and Tom was even stronger than I thought. He reached down to grab me and got a hold of my leg. I was effortlessly picked up, and he lifted me high enough to make eye contact, hanging upside down like I did, with my lungs still burning for air. I nearly shat my pants with fear. Hey, big guy, I stammered. Tom paused, his brows creased, but it wasn't enough to wipe the permanently terrified expression on his face. He tilted his head and stared at me like a wild animal curious about its prey. You a friend? He asked. His voice was deep and hoarse, breaking around the edges, but I felt warmth behind it. Yes, I struggled to push out an answer. I am a friend. Don't hurt me. Okay. Tom was puzzled by my answer. He processed it ever so slowly, but made no attempt to put me down. I was afraid that he couldn't understand me, that he would snap in response and snap me as well, but his lips curled into a smile. Friend, he yelled with glee. Tom, have a friend. He flailed his arms, happily waving me through the air every which way. Yeah, big guy, I answered, feeling the nausea building up. I am a friend. Put me down slowly. Okay, don't hurt your friend. Tom has a friend. Tom have a friend, he chanted and lowered me to the floor a bit too fast, and I fell on my head, feeling my neck twist and my shoulders contort, but I wasn't seriously injured. Tom put a hand on my foot, and I got up wobbly from various aches and riddled with fatigue. What name, friend? Tom asked with excitement. It took me a moment to realize what he meant. He slurred his words pretty badly. John, I answered when I finally deciphered it. John, Tom yelled back, slurring my name as well. Friend John, and close enough, big guy, I said, with a dumb smile on my face to match his. I know I should have been way more scared than I was, but I just couldn't be despite the way he looked. Tom was a sweet person that life had treated unfairly. Sure, he could snap me like a twig, but at that moment I was 100% sure that he wouldn't. Let's play, Tom. He started, but was interrupted. The nurse tackled me out of the blue, setting me off my feet. Now, I played football in high school. I had gotten tackled by guys bigger than me plenty of times, so let me tell you, none of those could compare. I seriously doubt that a professional player could tackle me that hard. I landed on my side some 10 feet away and skidded to a stop on the rough floor, with carpet burns added to the list of injuries I had sustained. That far, I saw that the nurse was face to face with Tom. "No hurt, friend," he yelled at her, loud enough to push her hair backward. But she wasn't fazed at all. She waited for him to finish and brought up the syringe she wanted to use on me earlier. For her own sake, I thought. Nothing better be an elephant tranquilizer. Tom tried to punch her again, but she ducked below his arm with surprising speed and grace. She reached up and grabbed at Tom's wrist, trying to keep him steady. Tom swung his arm upwards and swatted her against the ceiling. She lost her grip on him and fell to the floor, bringing plaster and concrete raining down alongside her. How strong are these freaks, I wondered, and how resilient? If Tom had done that to anyone else, like me for example, I am pretty sure it would have been an instant kill, but the nurse got up like nothing had happened and jumped him. The two fought through the corridor, struggling against each other, but there was no clear winner. They seemed evenly matched, realizing that they were so busy with their scrap that they forgot about me. I decided it was time for me to make my exit. I got on all fours, but their mad brawl would reach me. I took off frantically, avoiding blind kicks and punches and smashes that were strong enough to turn my bones to paste. The nurse flew into the wall next to me as I had reached the corner and looked at me as she crashed to the floor. I felt my skin tighten in a size or two when she reached for me, but Tom's arm came at her from behind me and grabbed her again. Looking back at them, wrestling like two mythical beasts, I took the corner and ran away blindly. I don't think I got 10 steps away before I collided with something and got slammed on my butt. I slowly turned my head to look ahead, and my horrified gaze landed on the slender figure of the guard. "What's up with this commotion?" he asked. Despite lacking a mouth, his voice emanated from the space around him, a low and ominous baritone that rattled my goddamned bones. "Who are you? What's your name?" I didn't answer. I got up and ran back towards Tom. "Orly," the guard yelled after me and gave chase. At least he wasn't as fast as the nurse, but he was still on my heels. Tom and the nurse's fighting moved, reaching the reception area, and we found him smashing her against the thick reception desk. With each slam, the wood splintered and groaned until it gave way. "Identify yourself," the guard repeated from behind me. I decided to forget it. All of it. I ran towards the exit, toward the outside world, filled with less madness than this place. I'd start my car and drive away and never look back. But the guard had grabbed the collar of my shirt and stopped me only steps away from the door. He pulled me back with a swift motion that cut my breath short, muttering "hooligan" under his breath. Tom yelled as the guard spun me, ready to throw me down on my belly. I caught a glimpse of Tom. He had syringes sticking out of him at various points in his body, all with their plungers down. His moves were slower, stuttery, and his eyes were half closed. He ran towards me and the guard, his steps wobbly, and punched it away like the nurse had done plenty of times tonight. The guard flew face first into a wall. "Go, Tom!" he yelled and grabbed one of my legs. "Friend, be safe!" And with that, he threw me out a window. I crashed through it, landing outside on a carpet of grass and shards of glass. Tom's stunt was helpful as far as getting me out of immediate danger, but it hadn't been too kind to my body. Between being thrown like a rag doll flying out of a window and crashing to the ground from about 7 feet, I was pretty banged up. My hands and face were uncovered, so they got peppered with shallow cuts. My leg ached from the force of being yanked so badly that I was sure I would develop a limp, and the rest of my body just hurt all over the place, and I was pretty sure I pulled a muscle or 10. This will come back to bite me tomorrow, I thought. That's if I see tomorrow. I lay on the ground for a bit, allowing my body a brief reprieve before I would force it to move and do things again. My breathing leveled and my pulse slowed, but I didn't want to get up until I absolutely had to. After a few moments, I heard a loud thud from inside the building, and I realized that it had been Tom. and the anesthetics finally did him in. The sound of his body being dragged along the floor followed soon. I wanted to get up. I wanted to so badly. I wanted to barge in there and help him, but I knew it wouldn't end well for my new friend that had saved my life twice. I got up slowly, just like I had suspected. My leg had trouble supporting my weight. Back inside the building, I decided I would try to get to my car and start it up. That decision was fueled by fear, and it was stupid. I knew as much. But it wasn't an all-around bad plan. The car either ran out of battery or it needed a few puffs of starter fluid. Luckily, I had both of those in the trunk, so I could start it up. But then I remembered the creatures that had chased me in here and got me into this mess. I could start up the car, but for that, I needed time, and I was pretty sure they wouldn't let me have it. I could hear them skittering outside. There were a lot of them now inside it is, I thought. I reached into my pocket, remembering that I had stashed the list there before I left, and I got it out, unfolded it, and struggled to read it under the moon's washed-out light. Rule number 6. If you ever encounter the night shift nurses, run and hide. As soon as you break line of sight, wait for them to wander off before coming out. Keep on the lookout for them while in the monitoring room, and if you see them approach the door, hide beneath the desk. Well, that one was useless now. Rule number 7, don't interact with the patients. Don't question or answer them. And above all else, don't make deals with them. Ah yes, one of these strange rules. I left it vague, sort of on purpose, but mostly because I couldn't think up any deals. Now, it had the potential to screw me over big time. Rule number 8, if you hear screams, ignore them. If these screams get closer, ignore them harder. You can use headphones to block them out. These screams won't enter your room unless you let them in. I am so done. I don't need to worry about this one until I make it back. I thought the screams that only happened if I was inside the monitoring room, just like the guard's voice, were disembodied, coming out of empty space. They would start somewhere in the hospital and make their way towards you, stopping outside the door and idling there for 10 to 15 minutes. If you can ignore them, the worst they'll do is give you a good scare. But as they grow louder and louder, some might try to flee or find out what causes them. If you open that door and let them in, they'll do a lot more than just scare you. They'll swarm you like, well, any swarm of bees, only there will be screams instead of buzzing, and no actual bees, and they'll follow you around from that point on, their volume increasing exponentially. At that point, you'd be better off finding the closest window and jumping out. I don't know enough about human anatomy and how sound affects it, but my best guess is that your eardrums will go first. After that, maybe your eyes, since they're pretty soft. At any rate, the screams will eventually get loud enough to liquefy your bones, but it'll take a while, and every moment of it will be complete and utter agony. Rule number 9. Don't leave the building until your shift is over. Rule number 10. If you leave the building before your shift is over under any circumstances, don't leave the yard. Get back inside as fast as possible. All of the doors and windows will be locked, so call the guard to let you back inside. I let out a long groaning. Come on, it wasn't like I would leave the yard. I wasn't particularly thrilled to find out if I could outrun the forest creatures, but I couldn't exactly call the guard either, and I couldn't break in through the windows without someone coming to get me. The only other alternative was to sneak in through the basement. If outside the asylum was bad and inside was worse, then the basement was a whole nother can of heckle no. I was torn on what I should do until a boulder the size of a watermelon fell from the sky right next to me. What the crap? I yelled, hurrying along. Med boulders came, all big enough to crush me. The forest creatures got impatient and seemingly decided to get me in one way or another. They were afraid to enter the yard because of the guard. I was sure of it. but they didn't have any gripes with hurling stones. Realizing they had aimed by sound, since they couldn't see me over the fence, I tried to be as quiet as possible as I moved away. A couple more boulders fell where I had been only moments ago, but the rest started flying randomly. I made it to the side of the building without getting hit, and found the trap door that led to the basement. It was locked, the deadbolt chained and bound with a bulky log. "Crap," I grumbled, quietly enough not to be heard, writing and imagining the rules. I forgot to include a keychain with useful keys somewhere in there. I was out of luck, all right, so I believed until another boulder landed nearby with a heavy thud. I shuffled in front of the hatch, drew in a deep breath, and got ready to put a plan into action. "Your aim sucks," I yelled into the night. The words barely left my throat, and I saw a boulder flying over the fence. I got out of dodge just in time, and it fell on the heavy trap door with a metallic squeal. But the chain and the lock survived. They were too thick, and that's all I caught, I yelled, getting back in front of the door. That pebble with a single hand. Another pebble came flying, crashing down on the door, and then another one, and then there was a pause. I heard something heavy being dragged towards the fence from the forest, and saw the boulder's top rise in the air before it was launched with great effort. This one was much bigger, about the size of a generous beach ball, the ones that reached all the way to your waist. I jumped out of the way, landing on my stomach, and heard it crash through the trapdoor. Back up on my feet, I saw the stairway leading to the basement with the boulder at its base. "Yay, thanks, suckers," I yelled and quickly went inside. A few more boulders came flying, but they all landed in front of the door where I'd been. I descended the stairs slowly, entering the murky darkness as still air invaded my nostrils. This place stank of decay, rot, and molded. Light bulbs hung above from the ceiling, but their light was choked by age and a thick layer of dust that settled on their glass. I could barely see a few feet ahead, but my leg wouldn't let me hurry anyway, and so I limped ahead, a hand on the wall to my left, looking for the exit. The thing about the basement is that it's huge, crisscrossed by narrow corridors and mystery rooms that rearrange themselves every night. Finding your way around them will always be hard, no matter how many times you do it, but I figure no sane person would want to be there twice. But the worst part was I never imagined anything specific for those mystery rooms. Dang things could contain anything. Halfway down the corridor, I came across the first room. It emerged from the murky darkness as I approached it, and I was of half a mind to just pass by it. But knowing this place, any one of the rooms could hold the exit, so I needed to take a risk. My fingers curled around the cold metal of the handle, and I opened the door ever so slowly. Its rusty hinges cried into the corridor as it cracked open, and I risked a peek inside. The room was big and much warmer than the air outside, almost inviting. Actually, seeing as the chill of the night had followed me in, I took a hesitant step inside, ready to bolt at the slightest sign of trouble. The walls to my left and right were crisscrossed by a tangled mess of copper pipes, and ahead of me, a hulking, looming beast with fiery insides, an ancient-looking boiler, patiently burning through its fuel as it heated the hospital, offering warmth and traces of flickering light to the room in the process. I reached my hands out and approached it, having somehow missed the fact that my fingers were freezing. As I got close enough to warm them up, I finally took notice of the ragged old man dozing off in the chair next to the boiler. My breath hitched, and my throat made a whimper. The man's eyes opened, and he rubbed sleep in them for a moment before they settled on me. "Finally," he said with a groggy voice, "finally sent some fresh fuel down here. What?" He didn't answer me, just got up from the chair, opened the boiler's door, and rustled the embers inside with a fire poker. The burnt-out, things took a breath of fresh air igniting weakly, and I realized that my fingers hadn't warmed up in the slightest. My whole body went a few degrees cooler, actually. In the low temperatures, it impaired my judgment. "Come on now," the man said, jabbing a thumb at the boiler. "Hop in. You'll warm up very nicely there, and the cold will be gone." The voice was so sincere and comforting that I had trouble doubting him. He didn't sound like one of the abominations birthed by this insane place. Sounded like a worried dad talking to his young son. In an instant, my mind went wobbly, and reason escaped out of my head through my ears. Hearing insight went blurry, and I felt colder than I ever had in my life. I needed heat, and I needed to warm up so badly. I took a step towards the boiler, and then another one, and another one, under the old man's soft gaze, with a reassuring smile and gentle hands. He took a hold of my shoulders and helped guide me on the final stretch. In that moment, I truly felt that this was the right thing to do, that snuggling on top of burning coals and being set ablaze would have been a good thing, and I am 100% sure that a weaker-willed person would be burning up in that boiler by now. But I had seen some stuff that night, and it changed me, even lulled as I was by the cold and the old man's words. A small part of me fought back. When I got close enough to the boiler to see inside of it, when I saw that those weren't embers but blackened bones, my heart cracked and I snapped out of it. "You are almost there," the old man said, pushing my head down so I would go in. Without warning, I turned and elbowed him in the face. He was caught off guard and stumbled back, tripping and falling to the floor. I took off, leg be damned, giving it all to reach the door he closed behind me when I wasn't looking, and I realized that it wanted to trap me in, but I was having none of it. I jumped through the air shoulder first, determined to break the door and run for my life. The only problem was that the door opened it towards the room, not towards the corridor, and I bounced off of it and landed on my butt, with pain erupting from my shoulder. "Get in the boiler fuel," the old man yelled, and I remembered that he existed. Looking back at him, I saw he was back on his feet, fire poker in hand. He charged at me with a vigor that his old bones shouldn't have been able to muster. I got up and opened the door, narrowly dodging his attempt at turning me into a human shish kebab. His frail appearance proved to be a lie, and that much became clear when he hit the sturdy metal door instead of me, and the fire poker still penetrated it. I didn't waste any time. I ran further down the corridor in hopes of finding the exit before getting turned into human kindling. I heard the old man yell from behind me, giving pursuit after he had freed the fire poker. A junction came up ahead, and I decided to flip it. Well, mentally at that rate, seeing as I didn't have time to flip an actual coin. I decided to go left. The moment I turned and saw a dead end some 10 feet away, I decided that maybe I should turn right instead. Jerking around and breaking into a sprint, I barely avoided another attempt by the old man at impaling me as I dodged below the fire poker, feeling its tip brush against my hair and tear it at the concrete wall instead. I wondered if the old man was related to Vlad Tapes or something. It would have explained his obsession with impaling, if nothing else. Anyway, ancestry of my pursuer aside, I kept running. He had a bit more trouble freeing the fire poker from the wall, so he fell behind. I rounded another corner, breaking his line of sight, and was met with another door without thinking. I went to open it and hid inside before he would catch up. I hastily closed it behind me and slid down to the floor, propped against it. This night was turning out to be much more than I could handle. I just wanted to crash to the floor and never get up again. As my mind settled and my breathing smoothed out, I realized that the cold was gone from my bones and the warmth caused by exhaustion spread through my body. It felt so good not to be freezing anymore that I can't even describe it. "Hello?" I heard someone call from up ahead. I sighed deeply. The asylum just wouldn't let up, would it? I didn't want to see who or what it called out. I jumped to my feet and dashed back out into the corridor. "There you are! Fuel!" The old man yelled and lunged at me. It was about at that time that I noticed his aim really sucked, like really bad. He missed me again and impaled one of the nurses that followed me outside. "More fuel!" he yelled, ripping her dying body to the ground. I ran away, looking over my shoulder for a split second. The old man was under the charge, followed closely behind by a handful of nurses with syringes. I hoped that they would sedate him as well. At least then I would have one less pursuer to worry about, but of course they didn't. "Sir, don't run through the corridors. We can find you a nice room, sir. Fuel, fuel." Their screams echoed from behind, pushing me forward despite my mounting fatigue and wounds. We ran at random through the twisting basement, and I opened every door in my wake, hoping that one of them revealed the exit to me. In one room I found a crematorium. The cursory glance I could spare revealed stretchers covered with sheets, hiding bloated and rotting bodies beneath. A cremation chamber sat against the opposite wall, but it looked like it hadn't been used in a while. I didn't get to gather more details. The bodies on those stretchers had jolted up, shambling towards the door with great speed. "Unnervous," he yelled from behind and tried to tackle me. I dodged, and her needle missed its mark. She flew over me straight into the arms of one of the corpses, and I quickly shut the door. Screams soon followed of agony from the nurse and of twisted pleasure from the corpses. But I didn't stay to listen. I kept running. Another door, another mystery. Even from halfway across the corridor, I saw the twirling tendrils of pure darkness lashing at the air outside from beneath the door. My hand snagged on the handle as I passed it by, and I swung it open behind me. A glance over my shoulder revealed more tendrils shooting out, grabbing a hold of two of the nurses and reeling them into the room at neck-breaking speeds. The door shut itself closed. That only left two nurses and the old man, but that was still three too many. I could only run for a couple more minutes at most. I needed to either shake them or get rid of them before I would collapse. Another to-junction came up, and I veered to the left, breaking any line of sight. A few steps later, there was an X-junction as well. Perfect. I took a hard right, finding a door that I entered as silently as nothing. Nothing yelled at me and nothing attacked me. So I figured I was safe enough. I kept my ear pressed against the door for a bit, but I didn't hear my pursuers pass by, and they lost me. Thank God. I slid to the floor, sprawling on my back as I took greedy breaths. My feet burned, and my hurt leg screamed agony at me. As my mind settled on my head, I took in my surroundings. The room was better lit than the rest of the basement, but it was still eerily dark. Cabinets with bottles of various sizes and cardboard boxes lined the walls. It didn't take me very long to figure out that it was a medicine room. In the center of the room was a rusty operating table with broken lights hanging above it and a cart of medical instruments next to it. My eyes trailed up ever so slowly, horrified by what I had seen. The first thing that came into view was a hand secured to the table with a thick leather strap. A set of terrified eyes that glinted in the dark followed. Their gaze had pinned on me. I got on all fours and made my way to the table, using it to prop myself up. The woman bound to it kept trying to cry out, but her mouth was gagged. All of her limbs were bound to the table, and she was dressed in the same skimpy uniform that all the other nurses wore. "I won't hurt you," I tried to calm her down. "I am not one of those freaks. I am trapped in here too." Her struggle ceased, but she didn't take her eyes off of me. I reached behind her head, undoing the gag. "Keep quiet, they're looking for me outside," I whispered. She nodded her head, and so I pulled the gag away. Her chest inflated as she drew in a deep breath, but she didn't as much as squeak. "Thank you," she whispered. "Please free me. The nurses might be back at any moment." Now, I got to work on the straps around her wrists, but they were too tough. When I realized that I couldn't undo them, I took to checking the cart for anything that I could use. The tools were all rusty and caked in dried blood, but one of the scalpels looked sharp enough. "What happened?" I asked as I carefully sawed through her strap. "How'd you get here?" "I saw an ad in the paper," she said, "looking for night shift nurses. I came to check it out, and a tall, faceless thing jumped me. The next thing I know, the nurses sedated me, and I woke up here." She kept talking, but focused as I was on cutting through the restraints. I missed most of it, but I let her keep at it. I figured it helped her stay calm. The few bits and pieces I did catch were stuff like her name, Emily, and the fact that she quit her job at the hospital because of the pandemic, afraid she would catch the bug too, but she still wanted to help people. So she had resolved to find work as a nurse for the elderly or the disabled. Emily was a good person, and she didn't deserve any of this, just like Tom hadn't. That fueled my resolve to see this through, but I couldn't put more force behind it and risk slicing a wrist. Still, slowly and steadily, the cut advanced until the strap fell away. "Here," I said, "I am grabbing another scalpel and putting it in Emily's free hand. You get to work on your other hand, and I'll get started on your legs. We don't know how much time we have left, okay?" Emily whispered with worry. She grabbed the scalpel tightly and did as I instructed. I moved on to her legs and started cutting the strap around her left leg. We would hopefully be done at the same time and join our forces for the last strap. Time has a tendency to go wobbly when you are stressed out of your mind. A second can stretch into what feels like hours, and hours can melt together into what feels like a mere second. In an instant, anyone felt like a heartbeat. I wasn't done with the strap around Emily's left leg, but looking up at her, she still had a ways to go on hers. I wanted to move on to her other leg and then go back up and help her finish. That was my plan. But when the door started creaking as it opened, and when I dropped my scalpel and instinctively hid under the table, my plan fell apart. I heard Emily get startled. I heard her trying to hurry up so much that she ended up cutting her own skin. I heard her cries, her pleas for help as the nurse entered the room, her whimpers as she asked for a mercy that she would never receive. The nurse walked over to the table, never said a single word. Nothing. All I heard were Emily's pleas breaking apart as she sobbed. I was too terrified, paralyzed by my own cowardice, as the nurse's feet stopped inches in front of my face. There was a struggle above me, but it was short-lived. The nurse overpowered Emily, and I heard the sickening sound of flesh tearing before she began gargling. Her hands had grabbed the table, fingers and knuckles turning white from the effort as she pulled herself over the edge in a final, desperate attempt to flee. My tears started flowing, and I barely held back my cries. Emily dangled from the two remaining straps, her face right in front of me, her eyes peering deep into mine. And then I saw fear unlike any other. Unlike any I thought possible, the fear of someone certain of their own fate and unable to change it. "I am so sorry," I mouthed, afraid to even whisper. Spurts of blood escaped her cut throat, and the scalpel embedded in her flesh fell to the floor with a clatter. Life left her eyes as her pupils dilated, but they remained wide open, her last moments of fear frozen on her face. The nurse walked around the table and hoisted Emily's corpse back up, laying it on the dirty sheets haphazardly. "I am terribly sorry," the nurse said, turning her back to us and walking to one of the cabinets, "but you wouldn't cooperate on your induction. Still, I think you'll love it here. You'll be working with Mr. Tom. He can be a handful of times, but he's mostly harmless." I saw her open the cabinet and rifle through the contents. She pulled an empty syringe out of thin air and began filling it up with drops from various vials. A mellow tune left her lips as she began humming, and I figured this was my chance to get out of there. I was sorry for Emily, but there was no point risking my life for her corpse, as cowardly as that might sound. Luckily, the nurse left the door wide open when she entered it. I scurried towards it on all fours, making as little sound as possible, and got out into the corridor unnoticed. Looking back one final time, I saw the nurse walking back towards the table and injecting Emily's dead body with the concoction that she had brewed. Emily convulsed even in death as her back arched up from the sheets, but she settled after a long moment. After she had calmed down, she snapped the remaining restraints like they were nothing and looked beneath the table. I was hopeful for all of a second, thinking I would get another unlikely ally, but when Emily opened her mouth and talked, that hope was taken away from me. "Is something the matter?" the nurse asked her. "Yes," she answered, matter-of-factly, her voice as cold as the darkest polar night. "We have a potential patient running around. I ran away before Emily or the other nurse got a chance to see and pursue me. But soon enough I slowed down, partly because I wanted to make less noise and avoid attracting unwanted attention, but partly because I wanted to save what little strength I had left in case I actually needed to run. I explored the basement for maybe 15 minutes before it dawned on me this place was much bigger than it ought to be, given the building's size. Hell, even including the yard and the entire clearing, this basement was still too big. So either the basement's inside was bigger than its outside, or I had a forest above me right now. Plus, there were barely any doors. Most of it was dark, empty corridors. I finally found another door and opened it cautiously. The last thing I needed was to run into another nurse's den. Taking a peek inside, I saw the room was chock full of mannequins. Freaking mannequins in a supernatural asylum basement. Why, there was no exit. Though, so I left the mannequin room behind. Barely a few turns later, I heard footsteps from up ahead, hastily, but not really hurried, so I figured they hadn't found me yet. I turned around, walking carefully, hoping that they would take a different turn from mine and lose me. Yeah, as I neared the mannequin room again, I knew that wouldn't be the case. Mo's footsteps came from the opposite direction, pinning me in the middle, distraught but not eager to be found. I snuck back into the mannequin room. I retreated among them, reaching one of the corners opposite the door, and lay down. The footsteps came, paused next to the door, and a nurse opened it. At that moment, I was grateful for the fact that I wasn't there with my ear pressed to the metal like I wanted to do the first time. "Is the patient in there?" another nurse asked the first. "I don't think so. I don't see him," the first nurse answered. "Okay," the second said. "I'll go on ahead and keep searching. You keep on the lookout in case he passes by." "Okay," the first nurse said. She closed the door, muttering creepy things under her breath. I took a deep inhale to ease my nerves, careful not to make too much sound when I exhaled. This predicament was bad, to say the least. I had no way out of the room now. Maybe I can just stay here for the night, I thought, weighing my options. They're night shift nurses, after all. Maybe they go to sleep in the morning. I was half satisfied with my plan, but in retrospect, I know I was ready for the most ludicrous of mental gymnastics, so long as I could rest. I lay down on my left side, with my back against the wall and facing the door, although I could only see a narrow slice of its bottom between this sea of mannequin legs that lay between me and it. A few minutes passed like that, with breathing being my sole physical activity. I saw the nurse's feet through the gap beneath the door. She walked back and forth outside, like the world's most dutiful guard. My eyelids grew heavy, and I found myself in shallow episodes of micro-sleep. But I didn't allow myself to go fully under. I couldn't afford to be unconscious in a place like this. Still, sleep is a mighty beast, with help from the mind, numbing fatigue in my bones. Sleep did me in eventually. I didn't dream. In fact, I didn't sleep all that long. It was short and fitful. Slain by a voice calling out from around my head. It jolted me awake, sending my mind reeling with panic, and making my heart beat a mile a minute. "Mr. John," the voice asked. "Come in, Mr. John. Are you okay?" It took me a second to realize that it was Sarah, and it took me another second to realize she was speaking out of the walkie-talkie clipped to my belt. I retrieved it, still shaking wildly from the unexpected awakening, and pressed the talk button. "Keep quiet," I whispered. "Mr. John," Sarah said, completely disregarding my request. "You are still alive. That's a pleasant surprise, but you appear to be in the basement at the moment." "Yeah," I said, hoping this spite attached to my words wouldn't get lost in the low volume of my voice. "I am in the freaking basement, being chased by abominations." "Language, Mr. John," Sarah said. Her sweet, pleasant voice turned to a deep, reverberating one that sent a rattle through my bones. "Anyway, how do you like the mannequin room? I know you just love mannequins, don't you? So I couldn't not include it," she continued in her normal customer service voice. "We need to talk about that," I said, "and about this whole mess while we're at it." "We do," she agreed. "Meet me in my office on the ground floor. It's right by the reception." She hung up, not before giving me directions to the elevator. Great, I thought. Of course, the only exit from here is the elevator. I pulled out the list and read the next rule to refresh my memory on what it had to say about the elevator. Rule number 11, take the stairs if you can help it. If you absolutely have to take the elevator, wait for a bit before getting out. If the floor seems off, chances are it is. Use the elevator to bring you back to the floor you left from, not any other floor. Also, if new buttons appear in the elevator, refrain from pressing them, as I'll be gone the next time. Just great, I thought. I got up and threaded the jungle of mannequins slowly, shuddering a bit each time I had to touch one. I was surprised that the nurse outside hadn't heard the conversation, but I decided not to look that gift horse in the mouth. I am halfway to the door in the middle of the dozens of mannequins. The lights in the room started dimming. "Please, no," I prayed, terrified of the prospect of having to navigate between them in complete darkness. I dropped into my haunches to get a better view of the door. I saw the tendrils of darkness, tentatively probing the room. They advanced slowly in unison, stopping to feel their surroundings every so often under my paralyzed stare. One of them reached the foot of a mannequin. It did a double take, pulled back, and shot at the mannequin's chest. The plastic body started writhing, growing veins of pure black across its surface. When the tendril was done infecting the mannequin, it pulled back and let it stand on its own. The next part happened too quickly. I got on my feet and bolted, pushing mannequins out of the way as I advanced towards the door. The tendrils joined in an infecting frenzy, hitting and animating all of the plastic monstrosities around me. By the time I reached the door, all of the mannequins followed me, and the tendrils set their sights on me as well. Now, all caution thrown aside, I opened the door, only to run into the nurse. Before she got to react, I grabbed her shoulders and threw her into the arms of the mannequins. Go left, go right, and go left again, I thought. I followed the directions that Sarah had given me with a tidal wave of crazed vessels of darkness on my heels. They pushed and climbed and rushed to pass each other, all caution discarded in their attempt to catch and convert me as well. I ran across more nurses on my way, but I pushed all of them to the ground and kept going. Before long, on the verge of collapsing and hyperventilating my lungs out, I saw the doors of the elevator at the end of the corridor. They were wide open, the lights inside of it bright and inviting. I rushed in. I pressed the button for the ground floor repeatedly, praying for the doors to close faster. It did so in the nick of time, and I heard the mass of mannequins slamming against the doors as I began ascending. The ride was too short for me to catch my breath or mentally prepare myself. The doors parted with a cheery ding, and I saw the guard's face on the other side. "There you are, you hooligan," it yelled, and dove at me like an Olympic swimmer. I ducked below him, pressing the button for the basement on my way out. The guard crashed into the back of the elevator, and the doors closed in front of it. Before I got out, "No, no, no," I yelled with fear rather than frustration, which helped to put the basement into perspective for me. The elevator departed, taking the guard off to meet the fate that had been reserved for me. I turned and headed for the reception desk, finding Sarah's door right away now that I knew to look for it. It stood out like a sore thumb. Large, beautifully ornate dark wood with a shiny gold plaque in its center that read, "Sarah Hale." Could that be any more telling? I wondered as I approached the door and knocked on it gently. "Come on in, Mr. John," Sarah called out. I did what she said, entering her office as cautiously as I did the basement rooms. The inside was impressive, a gorgeous far cry from the rest of the asylum. Neat bookshelves occupied the walls. There was a spotless hardwood floor, and her desk sat at the opposite end of the room. A large window took up the wall behind her, allowing the moon's light to shine in and cast soft shadows on her features. "Take a seat, Mr. John," she said, gesturing to the armchair in front of her. "I am not wrong in my assessment that you could really use it, am I?" she asked with a devious grin. "You are not," I admitted with a frown, and made my way to it. Sarah looked as normal as any other woman you might meet, though I would wager she turned a few more heads, which is to say that she's good-looking, but still average hazel eyes, black hair in a tight office bun, a pair of classy glasses, and a pencil skirt and blouse duo. Imagine your run-of-the-mill businesswoman, and you'll have a good picture of her. "So, what do you think of your job so far, Mr. John?" she asked, after I had made myself comfortable in the armchair. My head felt like it had just exploded. Was she for real? "It sucks," I yelled, losing what little bits of composure I had left. "What is this place? What are you? What?" Sarah smashed her hand on the desk, cracking the wood and stopping my words in my throat. The skin on her arm turned to burning red all the way up to her shoulder and cheek, covered with scales of hot, sharp obsidian. Her teeth went from pearly white to sharp and jagged, and her angry expression displayed them clearly. Her now shining yellow eyes pinned me in place. I said, "Watch your," in that same deep, demonic voice from earlier. I pushed back so hard into the armchair that I nearly toppled over. She took a deep breath, stifling her rage and exhaling a puff of smoke. Her eyes turned back to their soft hazel, and the scales slowly receded back into her skin as it reverted to tan white. When she was back to normal, she sat down and smiled again, like nothing had happened. "I've shown you respect thus far, Mr. John," she said. "I don't think it's unfair to ask for you to reciprocate and be respectful as well." "No, it's not," I said in a squeaky voice, scared out of my wits. "Oh, sorry." "My apology was accepted," she said surely. "Now that mutual respect has been reestablished, let's try that again. What do you think of your job so far, Mr. John?" "It's scary," I said, forgetting all the profanities I wanted to hurl at her. "I want out." "Ah," Sarah said with disappointment. My employers have found your work very satisfactory thus far, Mr. John. We'd hate to see you go. Just look at me here," I said, motioning my hands around my bruised body. "I am a wreck, and this was only the first night. I don't think I could survive another." "You'll get better," Sarah tried to reassure me. "I am sure that if you stick with us, you'll grow to be one of our most valued employees." "What makes you so sure, if I might ask?" I said as her words rolled around my head. I did a double take and quickly added, "And wait, one of you? May I ask?" Sarah settled back. "I am sure because I've seen you survive your first night against rules you yourself have made most others don't." "Sorry, but I still want to go out," I said. "I am not cut out for this." "Maybe this will change your mind," Sarah said. She waved her hand through the air. Her palm burst into flames until the smoke, and when they died down, she had an envelope, much like the one I had found on my doorstep, with a glint in her eyes and certainty in her interactions. She handed it to me. I opened it to find $500 inside. I wanted to throw the banknotes on the desk and tell her politely that no amount of money was worth going through another night like this, but as if knowing what I was about to do, she stopped me. Her hand reached into her drawer at the desk, and she pulled out a manila envelope that she laid down in front of me. "That would have been your assignment for tonight," she said, gesturing for me to open it. "But seeing how this night proceeded, I can understand that. She never found it in your room, and you were unable to complete it. You'll be forced to send it to another writer if you quit, Mr. John." I opened the thing, not only better than to not follow her orders. A pile of papers came out, among which were familiar blueprints of an apartment, as well as an essay-length piece about it. I scanned them, my blood growing cold in my veins as the realization sunk in. That was my apartment, the one I was currently living in, as well as a slew of information about it. Myself. This was a threat, plain and simple. This is, I almost whispered, my shock and terror overwhelming me. For Sarah said, "We can scrap that assignment. You can take the money I've offered you, and you can go home early tonight. And I can see you here tomorrow night at 10 p.m. sharp. Take your time to think about it, Mr. John." My mind ran every which way, trying to put the puzzle together. Sarah was some sort of demon at the very least. She had access to supernatural powers. She also had access to my mind, to my physical condition and whereabouts, and to anything pertaining to me. And most importantly, she had access to all the writers. My life was in her hands, and she had the option to turn it into a living hell countless days and nights, just like this one, no matter where I would go and what I would do. And to top it all off, I wouldn't have the intimate knowledge about the rules that I had tonight. The intimate knowledge that helped me survive so far, with a heavy heart, and after much deliberation with myself. I accepted her offer. I am ashamed to admit it, to shine a light on my cowardly nature once more, but it's the truth. And I am sure most folks would accept as well if put in my situation. "I am glad to hear that, Mr. John," Sarah said. "Remember 10 p.m. sharp, and don't forget to follow the rules." Before I got to answer, a knock on the door interrupted us. Sarah looked at me with a smile. "You mind getting that for me, Mr. John?" "Sure," I answered, and got up. I walked over to the door absent-mindedly, my head ravaged from all the realizations and decisions I had to make. Another knock came, so I hurried to open it. On the other side, I found a small old lady and a toy in a straitjacket. The next rule flashed through my head, but I had no time to react. Rule number 12, Ethel will knock on your door every few nights. Only let her in if she has a tray of cookies in her hands. She'll offer you one, but only take a chocolate chip cookie. But Ethel had no tray of cookies, and I had just broken another rule. She lunged at me, faster and more vicious than her frail frame should have allowed, and got a hold of my arm. In a single fluid motion, she sent me hurtling through the air. I came crashing down on Sarah's desk with her laughter tearing from her all the way. "Come on, Mr. John," she said through the howls. "What did I just say? How did you not see that coming?" Even for air, I couldn't answer her. And anyway, I had more pressing matters to focus on, like Ethel running spasmodically towards me. "Go back to your room," Sarah said. Her eyes turned yellow once again, and her words were as heavy as lead. Her voice held such strength that I almost got up and followed Ethel, but I didn't. Ethel stopped her vicious assault, turning docile right away. She left the office, closing the door behind her. I took a moment to regain my senses before getting up from the desk, and was surprised to find out that I didn't have any broken bones after that stunt. 10 p.m. sharp, I said, and I left the office. That's the spirit, Mr. John, Sarah answered, ripping apart the papers in the manila envelope. I left her office and closed the door behind me as I reached the reception desk. I pulled out the list one final time and read the last one. Rule number 13. Some of these instances can and will overlap. If that happens, proceed to pray to your deity of choice for luck. You'll need it. I guess I prayed hard enough, I thought, leaving the list on the reception desk, and that was my first night working for Rules Inc. Nothing else happened. I walked back to my car without incident. The corridors of the asylum were empty. The forest creatures scurried away, and my car started up just fine. I drove home, crashed in my bed, and slept until midday without as much as turning over now. For some more details that I discovered in the meantime because, yeah, I still work there. Think of me what you want for that. I'll structure this next part sort of like a list because I suck at summarizing. The Pilgrim State Hospital first off, the asylum itself. Even though I made it up, it's a real location now. I've been able to find mentions of it at the local library, and if you feed the address into Google Maps, it'll take you there. No, you can't have the address, and no, you can't find any internet by searching. I assume this is intentional. Sarah proudly doesn't want unexpected guests. You can find other locations with the same name, be they real or fictional, but none of them are this one. I've tried coming here during the day, but the dirt road loops through the forest and always brings me back where I start, and going in on foot has the same result. I can't find the clearing or the building unless I am driving to it for work. I still have to abide by these same rules every night. I get to the asylum and go up to the monitoring room on the 3rd floor after writing my name in the logbook and passing by Tom to say hi. And I found that night's assignment in my drawer. Most nights are much more peaceful than the first, seeing as I follow the rules to the letter now. At most, I'll get chased around by the nurses for a bit, or have to run away from the static now and again. Tom, and despite most things resetting every night, Tom is not one of them. He still remembers me to this day, and still calls me his friend. Passing by to say hello is one of the highlights of my night, and I make sure to stick around for a bit of conversation every time. His grasp on language and talking in general has improved a lot. I guess it was just a matter of talking more often and exercising that vital part of himself that he's been deprived of in solitary confinement. He still breaks free every now and again, but now it's because he wants to spend more time with me. Unfortunately, I have to call the nurses to contain him. Otherwise, the guard will find him, and that's much worse. Trust me, I also found out that Tom has a sweet tooth, so I sneak in snacks to give to him. I'm sure that's against the rules, but no one said anything to me yet. The guard here is not much to say about it. The guard is still the same. I haven't had to go up against him again, but I did try a few things. I tried bringing in a small pistol that I could conceal in my clothes to shoot the guard with and see what would happen. It jammed 3 nights in a row, but shot just fine outside the asylum. Then I tried calling the guard on the other anomalies, like the nurses or the static, in case one of the anomalies is covered by the rules. He doesn't answer me. I tried stockpiling cookies from Ethel and using their effects to aid me in fighting the guard in hand-to-hand combat. If my name is written in the logbook, he doesn't fight back, just equips me the whole time with remarks such as, "You are getting better, chap. At this rate, you'll be stealing my job." If my name isn't written down, and yes, I've tried that, insane as it might be, he does fight back. And oh boy, does he fight back? We once thrashed the whole reception area before I ran away, but I didn't put as much as a scratch on him. I am pretty sure he's indestructible. Ethel and her cookies. Talking to Ethel. I still see her every so often. I've mostly taken chocolate chip cookies from her tray whenever she has it, just like the rules instruct. Here is usually 1 or 2 on the tray, with the rest being raisins. They're mighty delicious, but out of curiosity, I did take raisin cookies as well. She gave me a sly grin and walked away. I crumpled up the cookies and ate the smallest crumb, thinking that they were poisoned. I never imagined anything about her cookies, save for the fact that it's a test. Ethel hates raisins and people that like raisins. It turns out that the raisin cookies are injected with stuff from the nurse's room, which means that, Ethel sneaks in and out of the basement to steal from the nurses. She's one hardcore granny, but she can't read the labels, so she ends up putting random stuff in the cookies. Bad effects thus far include nausea, bleeding from various orifices for random amounts of time, explosive diarrhea, sprouting random body parts that shrivel up and fall off, losing some or all of my senses, and too many more. They're never lethal, but I am not sure if that's because of the small dose. Some of the beneficial effects thus far include increased strength and agility, sharper senses, invisibility, rapid healing, and many more. These are the cookies I stockpiled to fight the guard with. And no, I can't use them to become a superhero or save myself from pitches again. I ate all of them in one go, and seeing me in action, the nurses have figured it out. They've since somehow barred Ethel from reaching the good stuff, but they still let her get the bad stuff just to mess with me. I figured that one out the hard way. The nurses, they might just be the most interesting thing in this asylum, since I didn't imagine much about them, like where they come from or where they go once they're done. Sarah went in and filled those blanks for me. The nurses reside in their den, in the basement, when they're not needed. They always come up via the elevator. I don't know how many of them there are, but I am guessing somewhere in the vicinity of 50, plus or minus a few, because they sometimes die. Not all nurses are made equal, it seems. Depending on their assigned patients or their expected duties, they can be slightly above average or insanely strong. Tom always has 3 active nurses, because he sometimes does manage to kill them. His nurses are by far the strongest, and the ones that I call most often. I've since given them nicknames. Darling is the nurse that answered my first Tom call. She's the most chatty out of the 3, always down to throw quips. She's also the strongest. Beatrice is the second Tom nurse, and she's the quiet type. I don't think I've ever heard her talk, actually. She's also the hardest to escape. With her, get stuff done fast and efficient attitude. Then, lastly, here is Emily, the only nurse I've seen being made into one. I tried talking to her when she came up once, but she doesn't remember her past or even her name. She's just another nurse now. And yes, I feel very bad about it every time I think of her. I have since found her disappearance case, though it never garnered much media attention outside of the immediate town where she lived. I try my best to keep any nurse from dying. I don't want another one on my already heavy conscience. Aside from Tom and Ethel, there are plenty of patients in the building. I never counted them all, but my guess is somewhere in the hundreds. Given the asylum's size, most of them seem like normal people. But there are a select few bad eggs among them. They'll try to chat me up when I pass the rooms, and their words are like anglerfish lures. Once you enter, Once you take the bait, you are done for. You won't be able to stop yourself from talking. They'll ask more and more personal questions, and you'll answer truthfully. No matter how hard you want not to, once they know you well enough, they'll offer you a trade and receive your greatest desire for the low price of switching places with them. Once you are done, how do I know this? Because, despite my knowledge of the rules and my better judgment, I accidentally answered a patient once. My only saving grace was that my deepest desire was to get away from the asylum for good, which couldn't happen if I switched places with them. I was saved by a paradox fatal tests. My first night was one, and I've had plenty since. Sarah usually gives me a heads up at the end of my shift, along with an address I need to reach by the next night. Once on location, I have to pretend to be a veteran employee on the way out and teach the unlucky new guy or gal how to survive. Here is no rhyme or reason to which set of rules I'll have to field test, so my best guess is that they are picked at random. But these tests have opened my eyes to the fact that other people will have to live by the rules that I write. I have since been trying to make them as mellow as possible while still having them pass. Otherwise, other writers might write worse rules and doom more people. It's one of the few things that keep me going, along with Tom and my fear of Sarah, who I am pretty sure is one of Satan's daughters. Sarah, my interactions with her have been limited for obvious reasons. I've always been careful around her after that first night, so I haven't had to witness another one of her outbursts. But her small remarks and the way she sometimes words things have convinced me that she's not of this world, but some spawn from the depths of hell sent up here to cause suffering. For example, a few days ago, I approached her to voice one of my concerns about the job, something that a user here mentioned in the comments of the first post that I made. "Oh, come in, Mr. John," she said when I knocked on her door. "Do you need anything?" "Yes, Sarah," I said. I am not going further than the threshold of her office. You see, I love my job and the money that it earns me. I lied through my teeth. But I am worried about the RIs, since I didn't sign an actual contract, and you are paying me under the table. A look of realization crossed her features. Her face palmed in an over-the-top manner while laughing. "I knew we forgot something," she said. "You'll have to excuse me. The RS and work contracts aren't a thing where I come from." With another wave of her hand that produced hellish flames and smoke, she summoned a contract just right for signing, which I did sign, and she gave me a grin full of needle-sharp teeth. "She scares the crap out of me, okay?" "There," she said before the ink had a chance to dry. "That should set your mind at ease. Don't worry, there are no strange clauses in that contract, and I'll go ahead and retroactively report your income if that's okay with you. Just be sure to file your taxes as soon as possible," she said in the same cheery voice that I'd grown used to, with a tad of teasing thrown into the mix. So yeah, that's what I've been doing the past few days, getting my taxes done, because I can't afford to go to jail. I have a sneaking suspicion that any potential jail cell I'll be thrown into will have a list of rules under the mattress, and it won't be one written by me. Thank you to everyone who tried to help me in the comments, but I am afraid I am here for the long run, and if you ever find a list of rules when you get a new job, move to a new apartment, or otherwise end up in a new, scary location, I am truly sorry.